What's up, Danny? How you doing today, bud? We're just getting set up here. Fishing a new spot today. There's more for me to stick my camera. How you doing, Danny? A little bit better, but it'll be more shitter in the night. Oh, why? What's going on? Is bad weather there? We've been having crazy storms coming through here. Hoping, I mean, the sky's looking a little gloomy over there. Hoping it doesn't come through. Let me get my mic hooked up here. Well, I hope you feel better soon, buddy. Give me a moment here, guys. I am trying to get set up. Welcome those joining. We are fishing a new spot today. I have never fished here before. This is Black Eagle Memorial Island. It's inside Great Falls. It's right below the Black Eagle Dam. I fished a little bit downstream here but never. I kind of saw this little pool here that looked like it might be kind of trouty. Gumar, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Hey everybody, thanks for joining. We're not gonna have a super long stream here today, about four and a half hours ish. We're trying. I'll pan the camera over here in a moment. We're fishing right below Black Eagle Dam. They're doing construction on it right now. They're rebuilding part of the dam right now. You can see over there. But we are gonna try and fish in these pools that are right below the dam. Maybe we'll catch some fish, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's all kinds of fish in here. Trout, walleye, rainbow trout, brown trout. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Welcome, welcome. We're just getting set up here. I'm gonna get this first rig in the water while we work on the second. So what we're fishing here today is an adaptation of what a lot of the drift fishermen here in Montana would call a drift rig. You guys may have seen this before if you've been on my channel. Joey, welcome to the stream. Thought this was a Vedi skit. What's a Vedi skit, man? I don't know what you mean by that. Daniel, welcome to the stream. What state are you in? We're in central Montana. We're fishing on the Missouri River. We are currently right below the Black Eagle Dam. This is called Black Eagle Memorial Island. It's right inside of Great Falls, Montana. Great Falls, Black Eagle. And I'm looking for a little stick right now. I need to have, they're called little corkies, and they help float your bait up off the bottom. But I forgot my toothpicks, which is what I usually use to peg them. So I need to find some little sticks, some little twigs to jam in here and keep the corky from being right on the hook. Madden said hi. Tansine said hi. Welcome to the stream, you guys. Vet TV is a YouTube channel for vets. You look like an ISIS actor. No, I'm not a veteran, and I'm definitely not ISIS, but thanks for joining. You're welcome to hang out. We're gonna try and catch some fish. What bait are you using? So we are setting up right now. I'm just gonna be using a bottom rig with worms on this first pole. This is a reservoir, so technically I can have two poles in the water, which I am going to take full advantage of. I'm just trying to find a stick I can use stick or a twig I can use to peg this. We want this little corky to float a couple inches above the hook. And this again is just meant to keep the bait up off the bottom. So we just got to kind of cram it in here. A little makeshift will make it work. But this just helps keeps your bait presentation up off the bottom. So something like that. What's up, man? Wood, Reggie Hakes, Colby, welcome to the stream. John Fout, what are you going for? We're going for primarily rainbow or brown trout right now. There are northern pike, there's walleye in here. We're just going to throw a couple of worm rigs in to start out. We'll see how those do. If we don't get any hits off of it, we may move downstream a little bit, or we may toss some spinners or some lures. Madden Wood, welcome to the stream. Pimp J, welcome to the stream. Catch a big one for me. That's the idea. I will do my best, Madden. Mr. Martin, no, he green beret finding food. Now we are trying to find. You would think it'd be pretty simple to find a little twig to do what I need it to do, but man, I'm having a heck of a time here. Bear with me for the couple of moments here it takes me to find a little stick or a twig. And then we'll get this rig in the water and we'll see if we can catch some fish. Daniel says it's like a drop shot. Kind of, yeah. You could, little corkies you can put on almost any kind of bottom rig. Again, so instead of your bait laying directly on the bottom of the water, it just pulls it up off a little bit. Most fish aren't bottom feeders per se, but a lot of fish do feed within the few bottom feet of a lake, a reservoir, a river. So especially like for trout, you can get quite a few more hits, a lot more activity. If you can get your presentation just a little bit off the bottom rather than dropping it right on the bottom. When did you start? Mason, we've been live for like 5 minutes. Normally I would eat the worms and become the bait. Black cuck, I mean, if that's what works for you, buddy, that's what, more power to you. I prefer not to eat the worms. I like to use them to catch the fish, and then we eat the fish. Richard Jackson said hi, welcome to the stream. Lyric Leeming said hi, welcome to the stream. Joel Vetters, cantaloupe, honeydew, or watermelon, which is your favorite? Ooh, it's a toss-up between watermelon and honeydew. I really like honeydew. It's been a long time since I've had honeydew. Watermelon's really good, but watermelon's one of those fruits that it's real hit and miss. Sometimes it's super good, sometimes it's kind of blah. Alright, I think we got her. If you book them, they will come. Little Field of Dreams reference there. If you build it, they will come. Chase, welcome to the stream. Alright. Now that we've spent 5 minutes trying to peg a corky, let's get to fishing here. Our camera's a little wonky here. There we go. You guys feel like you're standing a little straighter now? I do. Rodolfo, welcome to the stream. Mason, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Fishin' Charlie, no, it's from Wayne's World. Now, I promise you, I am not a paid actor. I was not in Wayne's World. All right, let's get some worms on the hooks here. Just a moment, guys. And again, this is a brand new spot for me. I have never fished this, but we're gonna go through the process here together. I'll show you how I typically will try and fish a new spot. I like to do a bottom rig, I like to do a top rig and kind of spread it through the water. I don't know how deep it is here. It doesn't look super deep. Ooh, that thunder sounded gnarly. Admiral Kirk, congratulations. I don't think you need to announce that to chat. Hello, friend. Greetings from Brazil. Hey, Edivaldo. Welcome, welcome. Mind your business. Welcome to the stream. And not very funny. I agree. Mind your business. Welcome to the stream. Joel Velders. What state are you fishing in? We are in central Montana. And we're actually, this is right inside Great Falls, Montana. This is called Black Eagle Memorial Island. We're fishing directly below, right over here, Black Eagle Dam. Does the stick trick work to catch worms? I don't think so. Josie, welcome to the stream. Happy to see you. Nice fishing, yo. Thanks, GK. It's your boy, Ryler. Welcome to the stream. How's the fishing so far? We haven't even got a pole in the water yet. We are working on it right now. We're rigging up our first rig. It's a high-low rig. It's usually a saltwater fishing rig, but I'm adapting it for river fishing, using a technique that a lot of the guides around here would have you fish if you came out here to Montana and paid big money to have somebody come row you around in a boat. It's called a drift rig, and it's really, really simple. You can make a drift rig. You can adapt almost any bottom rig into a drift rig by using this one little addition. It's called a little corky. They make them out of cork or styrofoam. Sometimes they're pink, sometimes they're yellow. But all they do is, it's like a bobber, but it's an inline bobber, and it's meant not to float your rig from the top of the water. It's meant to bring your rig up from the bottom of the water. And it just gets your presentation. It depends on how long your leader is. So like my top leader here is about 6 inches. So it'll be about 6 inches above the bottom of the water. My bottom leader here is about 16 inches. So it should float it up quite a bit higher in the water column. So we get just a couple of different presentations here. I'm using a UV yellow with orange dots on the one corky and a UV pink on the other. And then the high-low rig, again, it's a high-low rig. You got a T at the top, a T at the bottom. That holds your leaders off. And then a sinker at the bottom. And I don't know if this sinker is going to be big enough. We'll throw it out there and see. This current is moving a little bit fast here. But we're going to get it in the water and see. Welcome to everybody joining. I can't get to everybody's message right now. We do have Josie in the chat, a couple of the other mods who will try and answer some of your questions while I get my rig set up here. Oh, hold on. We missed that there. Flash, yeah, this is a nice spot. In fact, you had recommended this the other day, I think. Below Black Eagle Dam. This is actually Black Eagle Memorial Island. I'm not on the point where most everybody fishes. I'm right below the dam. And I saw these kind of pools of water down here, and I've always wondered if the fishing was any good down here. So today we're going to find out. We're going to try and get it into the pool over here. It looks kind of snaggy. We might lose lots of gear. I don't know. We're just trying it out. I've never fished here, so we're gonna see how the fishing is. All right. Looks like we found bottom there. All right, cool. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it back, but we will see. I'm gonna throw it in the pole holder here. And I'm gonna throw our bell on this guy. And drag is good. Nice tension. We're fishing. All right, guys. But again, there's a whole lot of different species that are in this water, from what I understand. Brown trout, rainbow trout, there might be brook trout in here, walleye, northern pike, bullhead catfish, suckers, carp, lots of different stuff in here. Can you guys, let me try and zoom in a wee bit on the pole there. There we go. Second rig set up and in the water. I just want to test this out and see how it's moving. Okay. Thank you guys. It seems like every time I start my stream, within the first 15 minutes, my audio craps out. And then once I get it back, it seems like we're good from there on out. I don't know what the deal is. Yep. Well, it looks like our rig is moving a little bit on the bottom there. Let me kind of get out of the way here so you guys can see. You're here to watch the fishing pool, not me. Channel's called Want to See My Rod, not Want to See Rod. I want to hear that bell ringing. Me too. Yeah, we're definitely... I might have to throw a slightly heavier sinker on there. We're kind of kicking across the bottom. I think I might throw a heavier sinker on and try and get it more out this way. It looks like there's kind of a more calm pool over there. I don't know how deep any of this is though. Rod, where's the bullhead? Bullhead usually bite early morning, late night. You can catch them sometimes during the day, but they're a bottom feeder and they tend to be more nocturnal in their feeding. Clint Eastwood or John Wayne? Who's your favorite movie star? I think I'd prefer Clint Eastwood over John Wayne. Dave James, welcome to the stream. Dave Schultz, what state are you in? Central Montana. Oh, the boy Mason VR, the one from last night's stream. I don't know. I'm sure something found him in the weeds there and carried him off. Thank you guys for all the thumbs up. Thank you for joining me today. Again, we're just getting set up. We've been in the water for just a few minutes here. We're fishing Black Eagle Memorial Island, which is in central Montana on the Missouri River. We're just downstream from Black Eagle Dam, which if I pan over here, I can show you guys real quick the dam. They're currently doing construction on it, so we're fishing just in the tide pools. I don't know if you'd call them tide pools, but these pools of water that form below the falls here. And again, we're in Great Falls, Montana, and this is why it's called Great Falls. We have a series of natural limestone falls here. Oops. Really cool, really pretty scenery around here. Lots of good fishing. We're gonna try and get in on hopefully some trout, maybe some walleye, maybe some pike. Smooth, welcome to the stream. You're so cool, thank you, I appreciate that. Mason Baseball and Outdoors said hi, welcome to the stream. Mason, please be nice to Josie. She's a mod in here, and she's also a good friend. Oh, what was that? What was that? Is that a fish or did it just pick up? You guys saw that, right? Maybe some weeds came and picked it up, I don't know. I don't feel anything. Alright. We're gonna bring her in. I'm gonna try and get it over into that slightly calmer water over there. Nope. Our corky has slid. Dang you. In fact, I'm going to do something. This is another method. Instead of pegging the corkies, you can actually just take, and you want about 3-4 fingers from the hook. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to take and I'm literally just going to tie a knot in it. I'm going to peg this permanently with a simple knot. There we go. Pegged. Easier than the stick, but the problem with that is you can't really easily adjust it. But we're gonna get her a little further into the calm water, or try to get all these weeds off here. Oh, it's hard to do this with one hand. Get off of it. All right. Alright, and the one thing I don't like about fishing and all this rocky stuff is there's nowhere to stick your dang pole holder. So I gotta wedge it between rocks and... Just never seems to hold very well. Oh, dang it. Nope, that's not a good spot. Nope. Nope. Oh, Lord, bear with me, guys. Sorry. There we go. That should do it. All right. Rod, hopefully you catch a fish instead of an alien this time, right? That's the idea. Donald Duck, shove your pole in between the rocks. You can do that too. But then when you get a bite, sometimes I've had it happen where then I couldn't get my pole out of the rocks. So I like to use the pole holders. It does work best in the sand. Yeah, we're right in the riverbed here, and it's a bunch of shale and limestone, and it's rocky. Holy Mackerel said hi, welcome to the stream, buddy. How you doing today? Harry Williams, where are we at and what we fishing for? We are in central Montana. This is Black Eagle Memorial Island on the Missouri River. This is technically a reservoir. We're right in between two dams, Black Eagle Dam and Rainbow Dam. Rainbow Dam? Or is it Cochrane Dam? We have like 5 dams right in a row here. It gets confusing. What fish are you after? Rainbow trout, brown trout are the primary targets that I think we might pull out of here. There's also a possibility we could pull pike, northern pike, walleye, carp, white sucker, long-nosed sucker. There's a whole variety of things we could pull out here, but primary target is rainbow or brown trout. Joel Vetters, any crappie or sunfish in Montana? There are black crappie in a couple of locations. And we do have bluegill, a pumpkin seed, a couple of the sunfish species. Here in Minnesota, you have an abundance of panfish. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of them around here. Carmen, fishy feel good. Welcome to the stream, Carmen. I usually wade across to the slower part of the water, but I usually fail because it's so damn slippery. I thought about that because it's kind of, it's not super deep over here. It's fairly shallow. The water's moving pretty good. I don't have waders, carrying a whole bunch of gear. It does look nicer over there. It looks calmer on the other side of the river, so that's a good idea, Flash. Why is your channel at only 700 subs when your streams have an average of almost 100 people? We're a brand new channel, Mason. We've only been streaming for about a month, so we're growing. It seems like every stream we put out, more people sub, more people join. They're liking the content so far. They like coming fishing. I don't know, I'm not worried about it. People will come when they come, and if they enjoy it, they'll stay. It makes me happy to see people enjoying fishing with us and checking out the outdoors here in central Montana. Dave James, aliens. No aliens yet today, Dave James. Christina, welcome to the stream. Scrappy Doodle, welcome to the stream. Cade Barrett, welcome. William, welcome. Connecticut fishing is terrible. Sorry to hear that. Montana fishing is top notch. Panda Outdoors, got my first 16-inch bass yesterday. Get one yours as well today. There is smallmouth bass in the Missouri River. I don't know if they're in this stretch of the river though. Welcome to the stream though, Panda. Michael, welcome to the stream. What are you fishing on? Ugly Stick Carbon, medium light fast action. It's a 6'8" model paired with the Piscafun Carbon X2 1000 series rod. Excellent combo, super lightweight, great all-around pull, highly recommend it. Michael Doran, oh, I just answered you. Eli's Custom Spinnerbites, welcome back, man. Been a while since I've seen you. Been on vacation. Tuned in as much. That's all right. I hope you had a wonderful time on vacation. Abdul, I'm looking stream while fishing. Yeah, I just started the channel. We've been doing this about a month, you guys. Having a blast. That boy, where's the rod? Right there. There's the rod. This guy's good, very informative, and an interesting guy. I appreciate that, Dave James. I try and share what knowledge I have to help y'all catch more fish. And Wayne, welcome. How you doing, buddy? Joel Vetters, is it legal to fish with 2 poles in Montana? It depends where you're at and where you're fishing. Lakes, reservoirs, ponds. In central Montana, you can have 2 poles, two hooks on each pole. Rivers, streams, 1 pole, 2 hooks. Right now we're on the Missouri River, but technically this is, they call it the long pool. It's a reservoir between 2 dams. Technically we can have 2 poles here. What's a good bait for bass? Worms. I've caught most of my bass off worms. You can throw, a lot of people throw various different lures, but worms, if you're using an actual, live bait, are very good. Plastics, jigs. Bass are a highly voracious, apex predator. If you get something in front of their face, and they oftentimes will bite at it. Abdul, very good, man. I just subscribed. Thank you, guys. I appreciate every one of you that, gives the thumbs up and subs to the channel. We like to stream. I try to stream at least 2 to 3 times a week, and we stream from lakes, rivers, reservoirs, ponds. We fish for bass, we fish for carp, we fish for pike, we fish for rainbow, walleye. I'm not too picky. My personal favorite is fishing for northern pike or carp, but I fish for anything. And again, we are going to be traveling all around central Montana, possibly eastern Montana this year. Next year, we might be doing more fishing across the United States, and in coming years, we may do some worldwide fishing. So tune in. If you guys like fishing content, you like live streams, hit that sub button and come back and hang out with us. Yeah, I'm not for gifting. I do this for fun. I do this to hang out with you guys. I'm not looking to make money off of this. So while I appreciate you guys wanting to donate or gift to me, keep it in your pocket. Go donate to a local charity. Go buy your significant other something nice. I don't need your money. I appreciate it though. You want to help me out, hit that sub button and come hang out and fish with me. Fishing is boring after 10 minutes. Sorry to hear that, running man. I have a blast. I could sit here for 10 hours and be perfectly fine with it. Didn't know you streamed nearly 7 hours the other day. Oh, I've had some 10 hour, 7 hour, 10 hour, 12 hour. I think the longest stream we've had so far was 14 hours. Mason, gonna head out, join for a minute. That's all right, man. Come back, hang out whenever you have some time. Have you ever had the never-ending poop glitch where you sit there? Cam, no. Just no, Cam. Running man, go buy a fish. We could. I'm not fishing to eat right now. We're fishing for fun. Mary Turner, thank you guys. Thank you, mods, for helping me. We got a whole bunch of people in here right now. I'm trying to get through the messages here, and I fail at keeping up. Mikey, use jerkbait or swim bait. Jerkbaits and swim baits are both good for bass. And yeah, any of you guys in here, when people ask questions about how do I catch this, how do I catch that, a lot of you guys know more about certain fish species than I do. Feel free to help the others in the chat. Communicate with each other, talk. I can only answer so many questions at once while I try to fish. We've only got 1 pole in the water, so we still need to get a 2nd pole in. I'm just trying to get through the chats here real quick. Panda, yeah, I spent last day for 7. Panda outdoors, hours, oh, okay. What do you have in the cooler? Beer, soda, water? We typically travel with a lot of Mountain Dew. That's my poison. Marie Suckles said hi, welcome to the stream. Joel Vetters, what do you have? Oh, that's what, I just answered that one. KXF, do you cook fish or release it? I do eat fish. I keep some of them, but 99% of what we catch is catch and release. I catch way more fish than I could ever eat. I do keep sometimes for family and friends because they like fish as well, but most of what we do, especially on the streams, is all catch and release. Christina, wow, sounds exciting. Looking forward to fishing trips. Heck yeah, you guys tune in. We're going to be, I'm nearing retirement here in the next couple of years, and we're going to be doing a whole lot of fishing, and we're going to travel as many different places as we can and catch all sorts of different fish. I'm on my way back to Minnesota right now. Got 3 hours left in the car. Oh man, Road trips are fun, but sometimes the car rides are just too long. Have you caught anything yet? No, Katrina, nothing yet. We have one pole in the water. We've been fishing it's been in the water for about 20 minutes. Thank you, Josie. He was getting to be a bit much. Ashley's Electric Bikes, Coca-Cola. I love Coke. I usually drink Mountain Dew though. Get your second rod out. Yeah, let me get caught up on these comments. I'm almost to the bottom. My son Gunner says hi. Cole, welcome to the stream. Tell your Gunner that want to see my rod says hi back. Eli, where in Minnesota are you going? He's in Central Montana. Fish on. I think so. I think it ran us under some rocks, so dang it. We might have to... I might disappear off camera here. I think we got a snag. A fish ran us under a rock. I'm gonna play with it and try and get her out from under the rock. Oh yeah, I see the rock right there. Dang it. I don't know if we're coming out of this one. We'll see. Oh, he wedged us between two big rocks. Dang it. All right. Pent legs are coming up. We're doing a little bit of shallow wading here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to wrench it out of here. Get off of their weeds. There we go. All right, I don't know if you guys can still see me, but what I'm doing right now is wrapping my line around the sleeve of my shirt. There we go. Don't ever, when you're fishing with braided line, just wrap it around your bare hand. This line will slice through you like a knife through butter. We still got a fish on? Oh yeah, there we go. First fish. This isn't what I expected to catch, but I guess it makes sense that they're in here. There we go, fish number one. And do I look stylish? Is this good? Y'all liking the fit? All right, so first fish of the day here is a yellow perch, just a little guy. Very pretty though. Oh, come on, let go. All right, so there are fish in here. Sorry guys if I can't get to all your comments here. We're gonna show you guys the little yellow perch, probably about 6 inches, a few ounces, very small. Whoa, hey, and we got him. Very pretty little fish. From now on, you gotta rock that look every stream, right, SoCal? Jighead, unfortunately, yellow perch is not allowed. One, no live bait in central Montana. 2, absolutely no game fish to be used as even cut bait. But no, we can't use it. There's a very limited list of fish that you can use here in central Montana, even for cut bait. There's like 10 different species. But let's get this guy back in the water and see what else we can catch. There we go, buddy. Off he goes. Nice little fish. All right. First fish of the day. Thanks for all those thumbs up, guys. From now, okay, yeah, dude. Cold Sugar, welcome. True Fisherman goes in and gets it. Yeah, I don't like losing gear, and I especially don't like losing gear with a fish attached to the end of the line. Can you imagine? That would be such a sad existence. I don't know how long they can survive tethered to one spot, but can you imagine? It's like a dog being left out in the yard on a chain for its whole life. That'd be a rough life as a fish, living on a, you know, a 2-foot leash. I'd imagine they could probably survive for a while, but that'd be a pretty miserable existence. All right, we managed to keep both of our worms. Let's get the weeds cleaned off here and let's get it back in the water. Hope y'all are having a wonderful Saturday. We're Saturday, right? Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. Some of you guys who are time travelers that are Sunday already, hope everybody's having a wonderful day. I know I am. I'm fishing. Well, let's get this guy back in the water and we'll see what else we can get on the end of our line here. All right. And I don't think we need the style here anymore. Got some more weeds down here. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna chat for a few seconds here, and then we need to get our second rig set up and in the water here. Jighead, I've caught them like that before. Eli said Katrina Cook sometimes use a wire leader if I'm going for muskie or pike, but for bass I usually use topwater frog, proper hook. Okay. Yeah, you guys help each other. Eli knows he makes baits and lures. He knows about it. Really good guy, man. Appreciate you saying that, Abdul. Thank you. Sunday morning here. You're a time traveler, KXAF. I assume Aussie, New Zealand, somewhere over there. You said something about fishing line, monofilament, fluorocarbon, or braid. I always use braid as my main line, and oftentimes I'll use a fluorocarbon leader or a steel leader. Where are you fishing, my friend? Mr. Bobson, welcome to the stream. We're fishing Central Montana, Missouri River. This is this stretch of the river. It's between two dams. It's referred to by the locals as the Long Pool. Why? I don't know. That's just what it's called. I'm going fishing at the falls and trying to catch walleye. Nice. There are walleye in here. We might get into walleye. I've never caught a walleye in this particular spot because I've never fished this particular spot. Normally I fish downstream from here. Braid is the go-to, then use mono or fluoro leader. Yep. Cole Evans, what's your favorite fish to catch? Northern pike. Joel Vetters, 50-pound braided line, 8X. I use 30-pound braided line on most of my rigs. Unless I'm fishing for catfish, I use 60 to 80. On my trolling rigs, it's actually 18-pound leaded line. Braid-coated leaded line, lead core line. Got a 7-pound walleye last 5 days. Heck yeah, Abdul. Ava says, Welcome, Ava. Back to you. Oh, thank you, SoCal. What's your PB pike? We caught PB pike a couple of miles upstream from here. 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. Absolute beast. Need to try to get walleye out of Wadsworth again. Yeah, you caught a nice walleye there recently. I've only ever caught itty bitties. I've only ever heard of people catching big ones ice fishing from there. But apparently you can catch the big ones from shore. You did. You caught a nice one. Are there any smallmouth bass in that river? Yeah, Missouri River does have smallmouth bass, though I'm not sure if they exist between these two dams. It's kind of weird. We have a series of 5 dams, and there's different kinds of fish that are in each of the reservoirs between the 2 dams. If you're ever up in Michigan, my family owns a house on private property, tons of bass in the lake, along with pike, catfish, muskie, so let me know if you're ever in Michigan. Heck yeah, Eli. We might have to swing up there sometime next year. That sounds like a blast. Mr. Bobson, nice fishing for trout. Come for northern part of Sweden. Gonna target northern pike now in the fall. Otherwise, go for trout. World's best pike fishing in Sweden. Yeah, y'all have Netherlands, Sweden, over in that area. You have some of the most glorious pike I've ever seen in my life. And I didn't hear a bell, but my pole was bouncing. I'm not sure if that's, if weeds got on the line or if that was a fish. I don't feel anything. think that might have just been weeds. What are you doing here? Are you a fish? Are you weeds? We're gonna go with it's weeds. All right. I was content getting perch that day. Yeah. No, Wadsworth is fun. There's all sorts of different stuff in there. Let's go. How'd you do last night? We got the only fish we got. We didn't really get. Thunderstorm came and I was bottom fishing like 5 feet offshore underneath the bridge because it was thunderstorming and raining on both sides. And we got a bullhead bite and I forgot I was fishing 5 feet off the shore, and I'm always in the mindset of big fish, big hook sets. And I slammed the pole and we launched that poor little fish probably 20, 30 yards up into the weeds. It looked like a little yellow bullhead, but kind of hard to tell what a fish is when it's traveling 20 miles an hour. So other than that, all we caught was crawdads and some weird little, what turned out to be, I think, a mayfly nymph or some kind of nymph. Angler, have you ever caught a muskie? No, I have not. I had one next to a tiger muskie next to the boat last year, but did not get it in the net. Howling Baits, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're doing absolutely wonderful. Thanks for asking. How you doing today? Abdul, what's your biggest game fish? The northern pike, 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. You ever caught a sturgeon? Yeah, we caught about an hour downstream here on the Missouri. There's a sturgeon run every year. There's pallid sturgeon, there are shovel-nosed sturgeon, and I've caught both of those. Not a massive one, but SoCal, I did not get a chance to check out your short. I will have to check that out after this stream. Samoa said hi, welcome to the stream. Could have been rocks, maybe. Shelby, welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? Go take a piss, that's when they hit every time, right? Every time you're trying to do something. Mary Turner, the canoe one. Okay, Mr. Bobson, and welcome, by the way, Mary Turner. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I saw you mod some people earlier. Thank you. You're welcome in Sweden, my friend. I'll guide you for a good fishing trip. Heck yeah, Mr. Bobson. That sounds like a blast. Like I said, maybe next year or the year after, we'll try doing some worldwide fishing. Next year, I think I'm going to focus on eastern Montana and maybe some of the surrounding states around Montana, and we're just going to kind of expand as the channel grows. Saw said hi, welcome to the stream. Schachter said cool, that's my goals. Did you find them? Okay. Get the net fishing is laughing about something. Alien went to the pond 3 today. Oh, did you? I've only been back there once so far this year. Did you have any luck back there, Travis? Just got pizza, beef, yellow peps, pineapple. Nice, Ian. Rat tail, please don't, guys, don't do drugs. Yeah, drugs are bad, kids. Drugs are bad. Schachter, have you ever caught a catfish that's 5-pounder? Yeah, we caught, there's a video on my channel. If you want to check it out, there's, it's titled something like how I caught 7 different species in one day. And we did catch a quite nice channel cat, 14.5 pounds, along with an 18.5 pound common carp. Really good fishing day. Spy Pigeon, welcome to the stream. I do a lot of PA fishing, lots of pike and gar. Heck yeah, we have gar in eastern Montana. I've never caught one. It's on my bucket list. Pike fishing, though, is my absolute #1. 64 likes. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Appreciate that. You guys like fishing content? Hit that sub button. We stream 2 to 3 times a week, and we do all sorts of fishing. River fishing, lake fishing, pond fishing. We target all sorts of different species here in Montana. Come hang out, come fish with us. Really, really wonderful community we're building here. Katrina Cook, okay, I'm going for catfish, Lake of the Ozarks. I've heard there is absolutely wonderful catfishing at Lake of the Ozarks. Fishing in general, Lake of the Ozarks is top notch. Cobia fishing, angler, I don't know what cobia is. Rateo, if you repeat that one more time, you're getting kicked. Yeah, you guys, come on. We're here to have fun. Let's chill. Let's behave. Enjoy yourselves. Don't be trolls. We don't need any trolls in here. Mr. Bobson Fish, how you fishing without getting stuck? I like to use bottom rig in the big rivers because that's the way. But now when the water's low in the summer, I get stuck. River fishing is, I mean, it's just part of river fishing. You lose your rig sometimes. I try to use as small of sinkers as I can. And I also, and I'm actually not set up correctly here. What I normally will do, because it's normally your sinker that gets caught, run a short leader from what, you know, whatever hook you're hooking your sinker off of, and use, you know, like 5-pound, 10-pound mono, something that's going to break really easily before the rest of your rig. So you can break that sinker off and you can pull the rest of your rig in. I'm also I'm using little corkies on this rig, which is a drift. We call it a drift rig around here. If you pay all sorts of money to come to Montana and have a guide bring you out, one of the primary rigs they're going to set you up with is a drift rig. And it's a bottom rig, but your hooks aren't laying on the bottom. You have little corkies, which are basically little cork or styrofoam bobbers that are in line right next to your hook that keep your hook up off the bottom so your hook's not snagging into crap. It's a better presentation. You catch more fish, you get less snags. And I'm way behind on chat here, you guys. I'm sorry. Do you have a mailing address so fans can send you gifts? Howling Baits, I do not currently. I do have my email posted on my profile. Feel free to contact me if you want to get in touch with me for something. It's just wannaseemyrod@gmail.com, but it's on my profile. No dice, lots of suckers though. Big suckers back there, Travis. Big carp too. They have black crappie back there as well. All sorts of, everything back in that back pond is way bigger than any of the other ponds around Great Falls because nobody ever fishes it. All right, I'm scrolling through. I apologize, I'm not going to get to everybody's comment here. J47, welcome. Kayak Dangler, welcome. Rod's movie, yeah. So if the swaying like that, we have some weeds on there. A fish is going to be a jerk. So the swaying, that's normal. That's just crap collecting on the line. Paddle fishing, no, I don't. Cole Evans, I've never really. It's an interesting fish, a beautiful fish, but I don't like how they catch them. Paddlefish don't ever bite a lure. You catch them by dragging huge treble hooks, weighted treble hooks across the bottom of the river, and you're hooking them in the face, you're hooking them in the back. It's not a great way to catch fish. You're basically foul hooking them. There are some monsters here in Montana, 80, 120, 160 pounds, like massive paddlefish. Just sub, buddy. Appreciate that, Kayak. Thank you. Callan, I subbed. I dined. Thank you, guys. Everyone who's hitting that like button, everybody who subs, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Come fish with us. We fish 2 to 3 times a week. Great community here. We just like to have fun. Give the man like, respect to all fishermen. Thanks, Revere. Brandon, welcome to the stream. Ian, yeah, break always rock. You're getting bites. No, it's not bites. That's just weeds. I'll pull it in here in a minute and clean that off. I need to get the second rod ready. Revere 317 Chase, you're getting bites again. Crappy Man, welcome to the stream. Anonymous, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back to the stream. I don't know, bites, bite. Everybody's saying bites. All right, I'm gonna pull this in, and I don't think it's a bite. I think it's just weeds. Katrina Cook, we live next to the river called Swirl Hole. Doing well, trying to crank some orders out. Heck yeah. All right, we're gonna miss some comments here. Mods, if you can try and answer some of the common questions for people if they're asking them. We're gonna pull this rod in so every third person stop saying that there's bites on it. It's just weeds. You see the weeds flying around out there? Now watch, I pull in a fish and I'm wrong, but I think it's just weeds, you guys. Yeah, see, just weeds. We're in a fast-moving river here. We're fishing with a bottom rig. Weeds float downstream. They attach on your line. They connect every, you know, every joint, your clips, all your gear is going to collect weeds as you fish in a river like this. It's inevitable. You just got to pull it in, clean it off. That, and again, just you got to be able to recognize what weeds looks like on a line and what a bite looks like. The weeds are just a gentle swaying. A fish is going to be, you know, jerking. Not that kind of jerking, guys. Just saying. All right. There we go. Let's get this guy back out in the water. And again, we're fishing with a high-low rig, a modified high-low rig set up as a drift rig. It just takes our presentation anywhere from 6 to, you know, 12, 18 inches off the bottom. Depends on how long your leaders are set up. We have like a 6-inch leader on one hook and about a 16-inch leader on the other one. But welcome everybody joining. Thank you for stopping through to hang out. We are going to get a second line in the water here. More poles, more fish. Let's get a rig set up here. And right now I am just taking off the crankbait that we had on there from yesterday's fishing. So bear with me for a minute, guys. Keep an eye on my pole for me. We're gonna get a second rig set up here and in the water, and then I'll come back and chat with you guys some more. Oh, I hate treble hooks. I swear, I get one hook out of something, and while I'm unhooking that one, the second one gets stuck to something, and it's just back and forth. Back and forth. One hook stuck, one hook undone. One hook stuck. Can do high-low setup on both pools. Yeah, I think I am probably going to do a high-low rig on both the rigs. Again, it allows me to have 2 different hooks instead of just one. I do have some additional corkies that we can throw on as well. Again, corkies help in a river. Anytime you're fishing in a river, especially a shallow river, with a rocky bottom like we have, snags are inevitable. And the corkies just help keep the hooks off the bottom so you're not getting quite so many snags. The clouds. Name of a river in Montana, I didn't mean actual clouds. Steel fire fishing, I never use treble hooks, I like to release the fish. Yeah, I've been contemplating switching a lot of my crankbaits and lures over to single hooks. Treble hooks are such a pain in the butt, but all of them come with treble hooks on it. Once in a while I'll keep the fish and cook them, most of the time it's just for fun. Same here, Stealth. James Wash, I always remove lures when I'm done fishing if they have treble hooks. I try to. Last night we got caught in a rainstorm, so I kind of just tossed them in the back of my truck and jumped in the truck. I didn't have time to unrig everything, but I definitely like to do that as well. I don't like traveling with treble hooks. Not only do the poles and stuff get tangled, but I don't know if y'all have ever been stuck with a treble hook. It's not pretty, it's not fun. 0 of 10 do not recommend. Neil, welcome to the stream. Beetle, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Beetle? How you doing today, Neil? Joel, do you ever use a bait casting reel? I never have. My trolling reels are kind of the bait casting reel style, but I don't ever cast them. They're the line counter reel. You know, I open up the bail and I just drop them down in the water. A couple of my friends fish with bait casters, and they seem to spend so much time dealing with, you know, birds' nests. I've always fished with a spinning reel. I don't see the advantage of a bait caster. Nothing wrong with them. It just seems like a lot more work than a spin cast. If you want a great lure for pike, it's a jig, pig shad, and McRubber. I can guarantee you it's the jigs that caught the most pike in Sweden. Huh. Mr. Bobson, go find one of my pike videos and comment that on one of them so I can find that later. I am not sure what a pig's head and a McRubber are. But go find one of my pike short. I have a whole bunch of pike content. Just find any of them. And oftentimes my pinned comment is like, what's your favorite lure to use for pike? Go comment there. I will review it and I'll look that up. Stealth fire, it was 107 where I live. Oh God, that's too hot, man. Neil, I'm doing absolutely wonderful. Thank you for asking. We're fishing. Life is good. Should send some of that rain our way. I wish I could, man. We've been having so much of it lately. Some crazy storms. I run Shimano DC, don't have too much backlash issues. It seems once people get used to fishing with a bait caster, backlash, it really isn't a big problem. But it seems like for newbies, like it's just backlash after backlash, and that it looks so painful to try and fix that. Fox, welcome to the stream. Did you get the hook out? William, bait casters are good for deep sea fishing. Pig shad and McRubber are slim, long swim baits, kind of like big bite baits. Okay, thanks, Crappy. I think I know what you're talking about then. I drive 2 hours away into the mountains to get away from the heat. Yeah, I was gonna take you guys over to Lake Helena or Hauser Reservoir today, but I looked everywhere but right here has got like 20-25 mile an hour wind gusts right now. There's storm systems moving all throughout. Our skies are a little bit gloomy here. Great Falls is kind of down in a valley, and sometimes the weather systems miss us here. Crappy Man, if you guys if you want to learn about baits, bait making, lure making, Crappy Man Jigs, go follow his channel. He usually goes live 2 to 3 times a day, and he makes baits and rigs on stream. He's also got a website, crappymanjigs.com, and sells lures and baits. High quality stuff. Highly recommend you guys go check him out. SoCal as well is a good streamer. He streams out of SoCal, and he catches some big catfish, some big bass, and he always has interesting challenges that he does while he's fishing. Great content. Go sub and check out his content as well. James Walsh, I always use mono with bait casters. You know, I haven't used mono since I was, you know, just a little guy on my Zebco. I use braid for everything. It's thinner diameter, it casts further, it's got way better tensile strength, so you're not losing lures as often. Oftentimes you can wrench, you know, if you're using 30-50 pound braid, you can wrench your gear back out of the water and bend a hook rather than breaking your line. I lose far fewer fish as well. You're using a spinning? Yep, we're using spinning. Katrina, here we've had no rain and really long high 70s for a while. Oh man. Yeah, we were hot and dry here for a while, but this last week and a half we've had a whole bunch of rain and wind and... All right, I'm going back to setting up my rig here. Bear with me a moment, guys. I am trying to find... Oh, let me see here. Wondering if I have a 3-way swivel. We could set up a different kind of rig here. I don't think I have one in my tackle box, though, unfortunately. But welcome those joining the stream. We got one pole in the water here. You guys are watching. I'm trying to get a second pole rigged up to get in the water right now. I will be back on cam over there in just a moment. Trying to find another one of my little corkies. There we go, there they are. But welcome those joining. Again, we're fishing on the Missouri River here today. This is a reservoir between Black Eagle Dam, which is just upstream from us, and Rainbow Dam, which is just downstream from us. It's called the Long Pool. Our primary target here today is rainbow trout, brown trout. We have caught one perch so far. And there is a chance we could get into walleye here, pike, all sorts of different things lurk in the waters here. And I was going to do a high-low rig. We're going to set up kind of a ghetto rig here. It's not, I don't have any three-way swivels in my bag. I forgot them in my other tackle box. So when you're out fishing, sometimes you just got to kind of get creative. And this is probably not my best work here. But again, we're doing a long sinker on, this is 10-pound mono. And then we have 15-pound fluoro with a little corky pegged. And I don't even know what this is, a 1/0 bait hook. Or we're gonna rig up with worms. I could try some power bait or salmon eggs too. We have a few hours to fish here. We'll try a few different things out. But I just want to get this rig in the water. I can look for my high-low rigs in my bag here in a minute. We'll rig something up a little better than this. But let's just get a pole in the water so we can have another chance at catching fish. 93 likes already. Let's go, guys. Thank you. Hope you guys are enjoying the content here. We, again, have caught one fish so far. And I apologize, I'm not getting to any of you guys' messages and questions. We're just trying to get another pole in the water here. I'll sit down and chat with you here in just a moment. Thank you guys for your patience. I hope you guys are having a wonderful afternoon and enjoy the fishing show here today. Oh, jeez. That's not how you cast a pole, by the way. That's a fish. That feels like he got us hooked on a rock again. Damn it. These little perch, it's like they grab it and then they run back into their little hole. Do we still have one on there? There might be a fish on there. Feel some little tuggies. If it is, it's small. No. Now it looks like he came off. That's all right. We'll get it cleaned up and back in the water here. No biggie. And I'm going to cast this one in a little bit different spot. I'm going to throw the other pole in the spot we were just at. All right, where'd the pole holder go? There you are. Get a second pole holder here. Sorry, I'm not trying to show you all my ass, I promise. Bear with me for a moment. Getting another pole holder in here. He's trying to stack some rocks. There we go. All right. There we go, guys. Oof. Try not to break a hip here. You want the bell to ring super loud? Me too. All right, I'm back. Sometimes tossing the night crawler with no weight on it, only hook and worm works great. But you have to keep it in your hand. Yeah. If I wasn't trying to chat with you guys, that's a really good strategy. It is. The worm will just float. There's less snags. I'm trying to get it set up so you guys can watch and so I can chat with you. And I need to stack up some rocks to sit on here. Give me a minute, I'm gonna build a makeshift stack of rocks so I can have something to sit on and chat with you guys. Thankfully, there's a whole bunch of flat rocks here. Should make a decent chair. All right. Junior Alonzo, what are you fishing for? Our primary target here today is rainbow trout or brown trout. There are, though, walleye, pike, carp, suckers, perch. We already caught one perch. Yeah, we're pretty much fishing for anything that'll bite. This is a new fishing spot for me. I've not fished here. Crappy, man. Should grab some of those auto-catching rod holders on Temu. I call them the Yeet Master 9000s. I've thought about that. I've never tried them. A buddy of mine was telling me that he has some for ice fishing that work really well. I've never tried them. I've always wondered how well they would work, though. Yeet Master, though. I like that. Is that a bite or a weed? Have you ever used them, Crappy Man? And do you actually get hook sets on them? And are they just like most pole holders? Do they just stick in the ground, or are they... I don't know, I've seen so many different kinds of them. I don't know what that was. I don't feel anything though. You need to trademark that, copyright it, Yeetmaster 9000. Could be a bestseller on your website. You been drinking? No, I haven't been drinking. I have one, never tried it though. It sticks into the ground and you load it like a mouse trap. They would come in handy. I don't know. Turns out the mods here and Rod are in fact chill guys. We're a no drama channel here. We like to hang out, have fun, chat. We're all about the fishing. Eva's Karma said hi, welcome to the stream. I apologize, I know I've missed a whole bunch of comments. You guys, I appreciate every last one of you. I can't keep up. I will try and respond to every comment that I can. My mods are in here trying to answer questions. You guys are answering each other's questions. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I will try and answer as I can. Jason Westcott, welcome. Stealth Fire Fishing. It might have been a test bite. All right. But yeah, the swaying in the lines there, that's not fish. When you guys see that, we got fairly fast current. The current's moving a lot faster than it looks. A lot of times you have an undercurrent, you know, that's going, the top may look calm and you got a whole bunch of water moving on underneath. It's fairly shallow here, I think. There might be some deeper pockets here. But when we get an actual bite, you'll see the line jerk, not just sway. Madhead, bro, you back at it? Heck yeah, we are. Tension on the pole, yeah. I'm sure both those poles have. All right, are we back? I think we're back. We got 5 bars here. I don't know. YouTube's being weird today. All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, if we have any stream quality issues, somebody just say something. And I will do my best to try and get us back online as quickly as possible. Usually it takes 15-30 seconds. Don't leave. Just hang out, chill for a couple of minutes or 30 seconds, and we'll be back. Thank you, guys. 1 like from England. Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, this is, I have more bars here than anywhere else I've streamed so far. So any issues that are going on are almost certainly just YouTube streaming service. Jason Westcott says it's... Okay, thank you. Just people trolling. The camera is mirrored. I cast with my right hand, I reel with my left hand. I know it looks like the opposite on the stream. I don't know why YouTube mirrors the stream. Thanks, SoCal. Need a huge fish on there. That's what I'm talking about. There are some really big rainbows and browns in here. Supposedly in this reservoir, there's also really big pike. I've never caught a big pike out of this section of the Missouri, but they're in here, I guess. Took the kids carp fishing. Match pond didn't end up going pike fishing. Oh, okay, Madhead. Carp fishing is just as fun. Right now we're just running worms. We're running worms on little corkies, so they're floating up, 6 to 12 inches off the bottom. Today you caught bluegills, the size of my thumb, and goldfish. Yeah, that sounds like my local pond. The bluegill are the tiniest fish in the world. Always big pike in water where trout fish they can eat. Yeah, the pike, they eat everything. They eat each other. They don't care. Food is food. That's cool. You got a fishing trip planned for when he gets out? Jason Westcott, Rod. They're just swaying. Those aren't bites yet. You'll see a jerk or the pole bend over if it's a bite. Did you catch any pike yesterday? I was so worried about you in that storm. No, we didn't end up getting any pike yesterday. All we had was one little bullhead and those crawdads and the weird little alien creature. But one of these rigs I need to put a little heavier sinker on because they're tumbling downstream. 111 likes, thank you guys. We're killing it so far, thank you. If he gets a bite, then the rod will bend and the bells will ring. Yep, we got bells on both of these. If we get a good bite, you guys should not only hear it, but you'll see the pole bend over instead of just sway. We'll zoom in a little bit so you guys can get a little closer look on the poles. And then you get to look at my eyeball, my dirty glasses. Madhead, you were watching till 2 in the morning. Yeah, that storm kind of killed our fishing yesterday. I'm following you, don't let me down. Well, we already caught one fish. It was just an itty bitty, but we've already got our skunk out for the day. We're now looking to catch some bigger and better fish. And wind gust just picked up. I think that's what this is. It's just, now we have the weeds and the wind. So they're going to be moving around quite a bit. Watch for, actual jerks. We're in central Montana, yep. You mind if I join you? You might fish there for a while, then head to Larger. Yeah, hop on over. I'm going to be here till Mia gets off work at 7. So I'm probably going to have to leave here about 6:30, 6:45. So we're going to be here for another 3 hours. Yeah, Flash, if you want to hop over and fish with us, come on over. You will be our first guest fisher on our stream. We haven't had anybody pop up that's been in stream yet. Any drum in that water? There are freshwater drum in the Missouri, and I know below Maroney Dam you can catch freshwater drum, which is the last dam in the series of 5 dams here. I don't know if they're this far up. This little stretch of the Missouri, I've only fished a couple of times in my life. And all I've caught out here is rainbow trout and brown trout. I do know that there's walleye, I know that there's pike. We just proved there's also perch in here. Yeah, we're using night crawlers, big fat worms. That was a bite. A nibble, I should say. I got a whole bunch of weeds on there. I'm trying to drag my sinker off the bottom slightly, let it move, and see if there's a fish. But again, I'm kind of hung up here. Use your sleeve, guys. Don't ever wrap braid directly around your hand. I'm telling you, you'll cut right into your flesh. There we go. And we just needed a quick tug to pull that sinker up off the bottom. There's a little fish jumping over there. I don't feel anything on the line. Other than weeds. are those egrets flying around? What kind of birds are they? You know, I'm not highly knowledgeable on types of birds. Those look like just, we call them seagulls around here. I don't know if that's their proper name. Juice World said, hi, just joined. Welcome to the stream, Juice. Don't fish too close and tangle lines. Oh, there's a whole big section of river here to fish. Anyone noticing little black lice or something on bluegills? No, I haven't seen that. But fish do carry all sorts of different parasites. That's why it's always a good idea to cook them thoroughly. I know a lot of people love sushi, but what you gotta understand is most sushi is flash frozen before it's served, so it kills all them parasites that are in there. Don't be eating just raw fish you pull out of the river or lakes or streams. There are so many parasites that could really wreck your world. Catfishing, there are bullheads in here. I don't think channel cats come this far up the Missouri though. I think you got to go below the Moroni Dam here to get. There's an old flip-flop sitting on the edge of the camera over here. Seagulls in England are like T-Rex. They get that big, huh? Matt Erickson, are there blue cats? We have we have 3 species of catfish as far as I know in Montana. We have channel cats, which are the biggest in Montana. Yellow bullheads, black bullheads, they get up 9-12 inches, pretty small. And then we have stone cats, which are the cutest little catfish. They're part of the Mad Tom family. They get to be about 6 inches or so. They're just itty bitty little guys. Juice World, I've welcomed you to the stream. Please don't spam. One fish I've never caught is a catfish. Oh, catfish are fun, especially channel cats. Right around here, this section of the river, normally all you'll catch is the yellow bullheads or the black bullheads. They come out, they bite like crazy at night. Once the sun starts setting, you get a ton of them. Monster cats, I mean, that's kind of arbitrary. I think our biggest catfish in Montana is just under 40 pounds. I think that's the state record. May, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today, May? Where are you from? All right, I need a drink. I'm gonna go grab a soda out of my bag here. I don't know if you've ever all talked to a stream. I babble so much, my throat gets dry. I just feel hoarse. Welcome everybody joining the stream. We are fishing in central Montana here. This is Black Eagle Memorial Island. It's a reservoir between Black Eagle Dam, which is right this way, and then I believe the next dam is either Rainbow Dam or Cochrane Dam. I always forget which order they go in. We're not sure what we're gonna catch here today. We're using worms, so we could catch a myriad of different things. I've caught rainbows, browns out of this area. We just caught a perch. I know there's fairly good pike in here, walleye, bullheads, suckers, carp, all sorts of stuff in here. Spam is actually pretty good. You guys ever had spam musubi? It's a Hawaiian. They serve it at like Hawaiian barbecue places. It's like 2 thinly sliced chunks of spam, and they fry it with sugar and soy sauce, and then you cook up white rice, and you basically make a patty of white rice and sandwich 2 pieces of Spam around it, and then they do like a seaweed wrap around it, and you dip it in soy sauce. Holy crap, that stuff is good. Yes, Spam musubi. If you've never had it, look it up. It is so delicious. All right, we're gonna bring these back in and reset them. I don't like when they both go downstream. I don't want to get them tangled. So I'm gonna reset the upstream one first and then the downstream one. And I like to try and whip off the weeds if I can. Oh, and we're hung up again, dang it. All right, sleeve, wrap, 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 and then don't pull hard. We're just trying to, oh, come on. Now we might break this one off. We might have just lost our sinker there, but that's the idea. That's why we put mono on it. I think we just have a hook left at this point. Or nothing. No, we just broke the whole rig off. That's all right. That's river fishing. All right, so let's get a new swivel and clip tied on here. It'll take just a minute. Now looks like we've picked up some junk on this other pole over here. Well, since you have to retie, I have a suggestion. What's your suggestion, SoCal? There's only a few things I won't eat, and Spam is one of them. I'm not a big fan of Spam otherwise, but there was a girl I dated when I lived in California, and her family was from Hawaii. And she would cook a bunch of Hawaiian dishes when I'd go over and eat with their family. And Spam musubi was one of those things that sounds weird, but I'm telling you, man, if you give it a chance, you will absolutely love it. A donkey rig, huh? I don't know, man. You think trout would bite off of a donkey rig? I don't know. And again, I'm kind of just doing a rig, a setup here that I can throw in a pole holder. I'm already having and we're missing one of our worms, so we missed a bite at some point. All right, but again, this is a drift rig. This is oftentimes what if you're on a guided trip here in Montana, they do drift floats. You basically, you hire somebody, they row you around in a boat and you fish. But they will oftentimes set you up with a similar rig to this. A sinker, a leader for your hook, and then a little corky. That's kind of the key to the drift rig. It just keeps your rig slightly up off the bottom. Not a lot of species feed directly off the bottom, but a ton of species feed within, you know, a foot or two of the bottom. And a drift rig just keeps your bait presentation right up off the bottom. These little corkies are like bobbers, and they just float your, in this case, worm off the bottom of the river or stream you're fishing in. All right, we're reset on that one. Let's get the other line retied. Crappy man, it's like a baby bull shad, but hand tied. It tends to move like a swim bait, different segments. You ordered a kit to make trout game changers. Huh. Yeah, I've not heard of that. We'll have to... Yeah, the first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club. Kind of the same thing with mods. You want to be a mod, come here, hang out. Be part of the crew. Trust me, guys. Those of you guys that are here, multiple streams, if you're a good part of the community, you're talking, you're being nice, you're helpful, you're funny. You know, one of the days you show up here, your name will just turn blue. That's how it works here. Please don't be asking to be mods. Don't get grumpy if I don't make you a mod. Mods are just other visitors. They're just people who have been here and that I know, you know, and they're good members of the community. Mosquito fish are one of the tiniest. They get very small. These mosquito hooks, I don't know what a mosquito fisherman is. All right, let's see here. Let's just set up another, I'm gonna grab my high-low rigs here. Dang, this is the last one in my package. SoCal, be a bro. You're always the one who does it. Leave me a comment and remind me to put more high-low rigs in my go bag. I'm pulling out the last one that I had in my bag, and I know I've got a package of another 20 or 40 of them. I think they're in my boat though. All right. You have a trout hook. Brandy, welcome to the stream. You ever used power bait? Yeah, I do have some in the bag. I've never had great luck on power bait, but we could actually try and throw one on a hook here. It's been a while since I've fished with it. Thanks, SoCal. I appreciate you, my friend. Nice view, says it's me. Yeah, we're at a gorgeous part of the river here. I haven't turned the camera here in a few. So we're fishing right below. That's what you guys are hearing is they're working on right now the Black Eagle Dam. They're doing some repairs on it. But we're fishing right below the dam, right below the falls. This is in Great Falls, Montana. And this is part of the reason they call it Great Falls. We have a series of natural waterfalls here on the Missouri River that Lewis and Clark ran into when they were doing the Lewis and Clark expedition, and they got stuck here. They had to take their boats out of the water and portage around all of the falls here. And subsequently, we have built a series of dams on those falls for hydroelectric energy production. Really, really pretty though. So we're just fishing in the spillway from the dam here. What kind of trout are in there, Sky asks. Rainbow trout and brown trout. There's supposedly brook trout in here too. I've never caught a brook trout. They're such pretty little trout. I wish I could catch a brook trout. We have them. We have all sorts of trout here in Montana. The kind of trout I really want to catch, there's two different ones that are really on my bucket list. Lake trout and bull trout. We have both of those here in Montana, and one of these days I'm going to get a bull trout or a there we go. Bull trout or a lake trout. Katrina asks, have you been to Bennett Springs before? That doesn't sound familiar to me, Katrina. Where's Bennett Springs? Is that in Montana? Throw some spoons, mini jigs, crankbait. Skywalker, we will maybe get to that here in a little bit. We have 3 hours or so left to fish. We're just doing little corkies right now, modified bottom rigs for a little bit. I think that should be effective here for the trout. If after a while we really don't get any activity, we can switch to throwing some baits. It's just hard for me to interact with the chat when I'm actively throwing lures like that. Oh, it's in Lebanon, Missouri. It might be connected to Montana. I know, I'm not really sure, but the trout fishing is great. Now, Missouri is a long, long ways from Montana, my friend. Haven't had trout, only have ever used them as cut bait. Yeah, you would lose your hunting and fishing privileges here if you got caught using trout as cut bait. They're highly prized game fish here in Montana, and you are absolutely not allowed to use them for bait. Do you catch and release? I usually do, unless it's trout. I catch and release almost everything that I catch. Trout, I keep every once in a while. My mom likes to eat trout. She really likes smoked trout. I normally will keep a few pike a year to eat, northern pike. Small catfish, if I can catch them. I've kept all sorts of different species in the past, but trout I don't really care for. I like eating pike much more. Timothy, I find trout isn't fishy tasting. Yeah, I don't know, man. The rainbow trout that we catch around here is some of the gamiest tasting fish I've ever had. Very strong trout. But again, a lot of that has to do with how you clean it. And the size of it. I would imagine the water body that it comes out of. But no, trout's not my favorite to eat. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just grabbing one more hook and one more little corky. All right. Smoked trout is good, but I don't like all the bones. I don't know how you call it. Yeah, I love smoked fish, but it is kind of a pain in the butt picking around the bones. A buddy of mine has been telling me that he can smoke fish, though, just like on a rack, on a tray, rather than hanging, and that I can actually fillet them first. So you don't have to deal with the bones, you debone them first. I've always had fish smoked, hung in a smoker, and you smoke them whole. And yeah, you end up picking through and getting bones in your teeth. And I don't know if one of y'all have ever swallowed a bone and got it stuck in your throat. Fish bones are gnarly. Not fun. All right, we are rigged back up. Let's get a worm in the water. And I did a little different this time. We have one kind of micro hook, a mosquito hook. It's, I think, like a size 4 or a size 6. And then we have a 1/0, a bait hook on the other. So we got two different size hooks on this guy. Yeah, that's actually a 2/0 bait hook on this line. But just throwing some different options there. I don't know how big some of the fish are in here. I like to put out different presentations, different options when I'm fishing a new spot. And I almost always go for a worm rig when it's my first time fishing a spot. Worm are kind of the universal bait. I don't know of a fish that won't eat worms. When we put a little heavier weight on this time, I'm going to try to... Wow, I launched that one. I don't know if I'm getting that one back. That's like... That one's way out there. We're going to drag her through lots of rocks trying to get that one back in. Let's get a bell on it. Oh. All right, we're back fishing. Good Lord, every time I look at the light count, there's like 20 or 30 more, 145. You guys are awesome. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the stream today. So far, we've caught one fish. Just one little yellow perch. This is a brand new spot for me fishing. We've never fished here before. So you guys are experiencing it first, just like I am right now. I'm gonna get out of the way here so you guys can see the poles. This is a stretch of the Missouri River they call the Long Pool. It's a reservoir that sits between two hydroelectric dams. We got Black Eagle Dam, and I think it's either Rainbow or Cochrane Dam right next to us. There's rainbow trout, there's brown trout, there's brook trout, there's northern pike, there's walleye, yellow perch, white sucker, long-nosed sucker, common carp, and probably a myriad of other things lurking in the water here. So there's a lot of different opportunities for different species of fish we could catch today. Yeah, nah, Fishing says, I made my own smoker, probably fit 30 fish in it. Heck yeah, yeah, nah. So when I was younger, my grandpa and the old guy that used to live across the road from us, they made their own smokers, and they would make them out of like old refrigerators. They'd turn them into smokers. And yeah, you could they fit so many fish in there. They'd smoke fish 2-3 times a year though, because they both fished a lot. Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, or Guns N' Roses, which is your favorite? Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm gonna have to go with Pink Floyd though. I think of all three of those bands, I've listened to all of those all my life. I think of the three of them though, Pink Floyd is always kind of, they've been my favorite. All great bands though. Guns N' Roses, I grew up listening to them, and other 80s, metal hair bands. Warrant and Poison and Def Leppard and all those guys. Those are all part of my childhood. Pink Floyd I got turned onto from my dad. He listened to Pink Floyd. He also listened to Yanni though, so I don't know. He had some interesting choices in music. Churgi, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. How you doing today? Love Hunting Forever said hi. Welcome to the stream. How deep is the river? I honestly don't know. That's a good question. I think it's fairly shallow here. We're in the spillway from the dam here. Oh, there was a little fish that just jumped over there. I would say there's probably a pretty good variance from 2 to 5 feet. There might be some pools in here that are 10, maybe 20 feet. Not super deep. The Missouri River in general is not a very deep river. It's usually very wide and pretty fast flowing. There's some holes in here though. Yeah, that's good, the old fridge, but most that make them here are coastal. They end up rusted to hell. That's a good point, yeah. All three are correct answers. Churgi, what's the name, my bruh? What's my name? Most people here call me Rod because the channel name is Want to See My Rod. If you know me from Fish Brain, you can follow me on there. It's at Vox, V-O-X. So a lot of people here are from Fish Brain as well, so they call me Vox. You can call me Rod, you can call me Vox. SoCal says you caught up on the sub count. Now we have exactly the same. 858? Good Lord. Have I got that many already this stream? We've only been streaming for under 2 hours. That's crazy. I saw Black Sabbath 3 times in the 70s. They absolutely kicked ass. I never got to see Sabbath. I did see, when we were younger, me and my friends would always travel up to Seattle every year for Ozfest. So I did get to see Ozzy perform at Ozfest probably 5-6 times over the course of my life. Does the Columbia River run through Montana? I want to say no, but I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure. Montana is a big state. It's the second largest state in the United States. There's a ton of places in Montana that I've never been to. Anyone else coming across the zombie dude scrolling? What WTF? The algorithm up to? Zombie dude? I don't think I've seen that yet, yeah, nah. Sheephead any? No, we don't have sheephead here in Montana as far as I know. Juice says your rod is moving. Again, we're in a fast moving current. There's weeds and debris that flow down. So after a while the lines pick up debris and you'll see them swaying. And we also have wind blowing, so there's going to be a bit of back and forth. What you're watching for is slight jerks in it or the pole bending over. Little fish, you'll just see little nibbles, but it'll be distinct jerks, not just swaying. Slow, even motion is almost always just going to be debris. Yeah, I don't think there's a fish. Peter, tight lines dude from Pete and Joe in the UK. Thanks, Peter. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate that. Right back at you. What's up, my man? Got set up yesterday. You know what I'm going to do with it. It looks good and high quality gear. Oh, heck yeah, Ulas. Welcome back, Ulas. I'm glad you got it set up and get out there, catch something with it. Whereabouts in Montana? What did I just see there? I'm in Columbus, near Billings. Okay, so you're not too far. You're a few hours away from me. We're in central Montana, right in Great Falls, Cascade County. William, what fish are you trying to catch? We're kind of going for anything right now. We have a bottom rig set up with little corkies, which bring the rig up off the bottom. There's a myriad of different fish we could catch here. Rainbow trouts, brown trouts, brook trout, northern pike, walleye. We've caught one yellow perch so far. White suckers. There's a few different kinds of suckers that are in the Missouri River. Long-nosed sucker, common carp. There might be freshwater drum. I don't know if they're this far up the Missouri. There's smallmouth bass in the Missouri River. It's a very healthy water body. There's all kinds of fish that are in here. Choman, welcome from Venice Beach. Hello, Choman, welcome to the stream. Venice Beach is gorgeous. I used to live in Southern California. I was right in your neck of the woods. Did you catch anything? Had to get off for a minute. We've only caught just the one yellow perch so far, howling baits. So for those of you that are new to the channel, or that maybe just haven't been paying attention, usually when we catch something on this channel, one of my mods or somebody in the room will update the catch count. So if you see at the very bottom of your screen, it says SoCal Outdoors, one yellow perch. I've pinned that comment. That's what we've caught so far in today's stream. So as we catch more things, somebody will usually update that and then I pin it. So everybody who's coming in can see what's been caught, what hasn't been. Ulas, are you fishing for carp? Again, we got just worm rigs out there. Carp are species that are in here. We might catch them. With worms, I haven't fished this area a lot, so we're just kind of fishing for whatever's going to bite. The goal was to catch either a rainbow trout or a brown trout, but we may very well catch a carp. They do bite off of worms in this area. Are the rainbow trout there, the wild or stock? There's both. We do actually, just downstream from here is Giant Springs State Park, and also the Giant Springs State Trout Hatchery. So they do grow all sorts of, they have rainbow trout, brown trout, a handful of different species that they grow down there to release in different water bodies, but the Missouri does have wild trout in it. Saint says, hi, show me the fish you caught. We catch and release mostly on this stream. It's been released already. Flathead and channel cats near me. Love. Cut bait, sucker, and chicken. Yep, we downstream from here about an hour is Fort Benton or Loma. And I go down there a few times a year to fish for catfish as well as sturgeon. And cut bait is definitely my top bait that I use down there to catch the channel cats. It's me, says fish, catch some fish. Well, we have one so far. We're still trying to get another. Nice eating, hardy perch. Our perch I've never really caught a big perch in Montana. I don't think they get all that big here. I know a lot of people that will catch, like 15 or 20 of them and they make fish tacos and things like that. For me, it's too much work. They're really good to eat, but I mean, when you're catching a 9-inch fish, you need like 20 of them to make a taco. And it takes more time to fillet them and clean them than it does to eat your taco. Howling Baits, can I send you some custom baits and some merch? Yeah, so hit my profile up or just hit me on email, wannaseemyrod@gmail.com, and let me know you make baits. In fact, Crappy Man Jigs, who's in here, just offered to send me some stuff to try out. I'm going to try and make some underwater camera videos. Anything that you have that would do well in a trolling setup would be what I would suggest if you want to send me something, and I can make some underwater camera videos using your gear, which you can use for promotion for your business. Trout, sturgeon, cool catfish. What bait do you use for sturgeon down at Loma? We call it a worm ball. So you take a good sized, usually I'll use like a 2-aught, a 3-aught, maybe even a 5-aught, basically the same hook that I'm using for catfish that I'll use for cut bait. Or you can use a treble hook, some people use. And instead of just loading one, crawler on there, you'd make a worm ball. You fit as many fat worms on there as you can, and you just get a cluster, a worm ball, and toss her out there into the currents. And the sturgeon, they love it. Usually we hook up on at least one a trip. Sometimes, when there's multiple people fishing with us, when they come through, they seem to travel in packs, and you'll get 2-3 people in a line that'll get them on. But worm ball is what I found most effective for catching them. Ulas, we get them on worms too. Also would have a problem with slip bobber rigs on braid. 8-pound probably would do 10-pound leader. There's many mullet and sea bass where I fish. Ulas, if you're talking about carp, I would do much heavier than 8 or 10-pound braid. Normally I fish with 15 to 30. I tend to gravitate towards the heavier. You can catch them on 8 or 10-pound with a slip bobber rig. Carp are, they're kind of like, they behave like catfish. When you catch them, when they get near the shore, they tend to try and duck under sticks and branches, and they get you all tangled up. And if you're using too light a line, you'll oftentimes lose them trying to wrench them out of the weeds, out of the sticks, out of the branches. Joel says, pan the camera around so we can see the type of environment you're fishing in. Sure, we can do that. SoCal says, back in a bit. All right, let's see here. We're gonna pan you guys around here a little bit. So this is the dam facility over here. That's where they actually produce the generators are, the electrical transmission gear, I guess. Well, we're fishing just right below Black Eagle Dam. These are the falls. This is why it's called Great Falls. There's natural shale and limestone falls around here. And if you can see over here, they are currently working on the dam. They're doing some repairs. Oh, we got a bite. Hold on. We'll give you a tour in a minute here. We're here to catch fish, not give. Damn it, we missed it. It's all your fault. Come on, come back. But yeah, they're doing repairs on the dam here right now. They've got the big crane in the water there. They've been taking out sections of the spillways, the doors that open and close. They've been working on this for, I think, almost a year now. It definitely is in need of repair. A lot of these dams were built almost 100 years ago. Great Falls, Montana, when it was originally being built as a city, it was envisioned it was going to be like one of the largest cities on the West Coast. It was going to be a central hub of trade and transport, and the main draw was going to be the dams that they have here for power generation. It was one of the only locations on the West Coast when the West Coast was being settled that had the ability to produce electricity easily. It never made it though. The growth kind of died out at like 50,000 people, and it's kind of been stagnant ever since. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would work then, Ulas. That sounds fine. Yeah, 20 to 50 pound for carp. 30 should be plenty, unless you're pulling in, 50 plus pounders. Even then, still 30-pound braid would probably be enough to pull those in. Sebastian, you should do a live stream at Giant Springs next. I contemplated going down there today. I was sitting at the turn on 15th Street. I was like, Black Eagle Dam or Giant Springs? And I decided to take the left and go into Black Eagle and come down to Black Eagle Dam. But definitely, I want to do a stream from down at Giant Springs and get a good show of the trout breeding ponds that they have down there. As well as I'd like to go in and show the viewers actually inside the breeding facility, do a tour there and show them all the tanks and talk to the folks there. I think a lot of people would like to see that. Use 15 pound for carp. At Madhead, I did up until last year. I lost a 50 pound carp because it broke off my line. So I upgraded. Once you get a monster carp on the line and you lose it, I fish now for that record fish, not for the little ones. So I oversize everything. I would rather fish with bigger, bulkier gear, and have a chance of landing that, you know, truly legendary lunker than fishing with undersized gear and losing that, you know, once in a lifetime fish. All right. Well, that bite, we had a nibble, it went away, so let's finish our tour here. So this is the Black Eagle Dam, that's the falls. We're gonna spin around here. It's a really beautiful area down here. Any time you get in a spillway below a dam, there's really neat terrain. And we have the high cliff walls here. Again, this is the Missouri River. A lot of the Missouri River, you'll see these high cliff walls. That's because the Missouri River has been carving its path out of these walls for, you know, millennia, millions and millions of years. The waters have been running through here. Normally where I fish is down at the end of the point there. But again, you'll see it's surrounded by high walls on all sides. We're just kind of down in a valley. But really the pretty is the dam, the falls there. Well, let's get this back in the phone holder. I think we're getting another nibble over here. Oops. How the heck? Travis, I don't know how I, ooh, absolutely not. I hit some buttons while, no, Travis, I have just revoked that. I somehow made you a mod while I was turning in a circle. You might become a mod at some point, but not today, my friend. Dang it, did we miss him again? Little Big Queso, welcome back to the stream. Good chance the last bite stole your worm. Yeah, that happens. We run a high-low rig. We have 2 hooks, 2 worms. Yeah, Travis, I don't know how I managed to do that. Nothing personal, man. You haven't been in the stream enough. I don't know you well enough to make you a mod. Maybe one of these days. I somehow, you were actually just a managing mod for a few moments there. Somehow while spinning in a circle, I hit the button, and yeah, and that's why you're not a mod. We don't block people in this channel unless it's absolutely necessary. Yeah, I'm gonna pull this in and make sure we still got worms. That was two hits in a very short period of time. We might have a little guy on here. Oh, dang it. Please don't snag. We don't need another snag. Yeah, no, I try not to block people on this channel. We give them warnings. They may get a timeout. We may mute them for a little while, but blocking and kicking people is a last resort. We got a ton of weeds on here. Let's get this in and clean it off. No, we still got 2 worms, just lots of weeds. Collect so much stuff when you're bottom fishing in a flowing river. All right, let's get this guy back in the water. Crappy man, you ever done that? Accidentally made somebody a managing mod? William, me being from, what are you catching, brother? We've caught one yellow perch so far. We've gotten a bunch of other bites. I'm not sure what are biting. Any sharks? This is freshwater. There's no sharks here. Catfish, there are yellow bullhead. There might be channel cats in here. I don't think they're in this section of the Missouri. I think you got to go get a few dams down to get channel cats. Too thick or even steel hook links. What are you talking about? Looks beautiful. I'd try inline spoons there. Pretty place, good rig. Carolina rig with flat sinkers works better on rivers. Yeah, unfortunately, all my flat sinkers are in my tackle box that's in my boat. But you're right, a flat sinker does work better. They don't snag up as often. High-low is one of the best rigs, but pre-tied ones can be overkill. Yeah, it's just one of those rigs there. Again, it allows me to quickly hook up 2 hooks. It's versatile. You can modify them and change them in different ways to be a pure bottom rig, or we have corkies running on here, so they're you know, a modified drift rig. It's quick and easy. Definitely not the best. We are this is one of the first times I've fished here. We're just kind of testing the waters out to see what's in here. And we don't have a whole lot of time to stream today, so I went with quick and dirty. Not ideal, but you're absolutely right, Ulas. Those are all great suggestions. No, but when I first started, I hid the legendary 351 Cleveland. Had no idea how to bring them back. Oh crap. Double A Fishing, welcome to the stream. William, me being from Florida, I don't know if I would know how to catch fish where you are. I mean, a hooker, yes, a hooker. A hook, line, and sinker and a worm is pretty much universal. You can catch fish anywhere. Ernie Grass, welcome to the stream. Master Fisher Bowdy, welcome to the stream. EWO, welcome back, buddy. Everybody, I hope you guys are having a wonderful afternoon. Hello. What's that? No, it's just me. Me and my YouTube stream. You're fine. James Mullins, hello from West of Ireland. Welcome, James. We're here in central Montana. William, yeah, the basics of fishing, I think, are going to pretty much translate to anywhere in the world you are. Of course, there are always more specialized ways, like Ulas was just talking about. There are better ways to fish for certain species. But a hook, line, and sinker with a worm on it is pretty universal. You can catch all sorts of different fish and all sorts of different water bodies. And when I'm fishing a new place that I haven't fished a lot before, I don't know the terrain, I don't know specifically what kind of fish I'm targeting, it's a good kind of search rig to throw out there, just to see what's in the water. And that's kind of what we're doing here is testing today, to see what we can get into. Do you plan on traveling the world fishing? Madhead, I do. It's probably going to be a few years before I do, you know, worldwide fishing. My goal this year is to get established on YouTube, get a decent following. Next year we're going to start traveling around to more water bodies. I'm going to take you to some of the mountain lakes and reservoirs, some of the places that I really like to fish that I know here in Montana. And you know, the following year we're going to start branching out. We'll do some fishing in other parts of the United States, and sometime we will book some trips and do some fishing all over the world. I'd like to fish Sweden, Netherlands. God, I was watching AJ and Tassie's stream over there in Tasmania this morning. Good God, it is gorgeous there. I'd love to go fish a place like that. But yeah, I'm planning on retiring probably within the next 2 or 3 years, maybe sooner. Depends on how soon I get sick of working. But that's the goal. We're gonna fish and travel. Man, Crappy Man Jigs, I've watched you make a lot of stuff on your channel, and you have some really cool colors. That motor oil is, I think, top notch of all the colors I've seen you make. Alaska too, yes, Alaska. In fact, a lot of people, Montana is world-class fishing. A lot of people who live here, they go up to Alaska to fish because it's even better fishing up there. Like, I go out, I get excited, you know, to catch 10, 20 pike in a setting. Had a buddy that went up to Alaska recently, and he was like, man, we caught 150 walleye in like 6 hours. You know, it's salmon fishing up there. There's just, Alaska is probably one of the best places in the world to go fishing. Welcome everybody joining. Churgi, Z-Bass, welcome, welcome. Netherlands, Germany feels too dry to fish. Urban fishing feels kind of weird to me. I want to see the nature when fishing. I agree. I do urban fish. It's interesting. It's nice to be able to see what you can catch in urban areas. But I'm with you there, Ross. One of the best parts about fishing is getting into nature and really seeing the beauty of those untouched places. Willie, I'd take you on an overnighter for chunky channel cats in Bighorn Reservoir. Catch 15 to 20 pounders frequently. See, that sounds fun, Willie. One of these days, you know, again, the channel's brand new. This is kind of a new concept for me. It's something I've always wanted to do was fish not just Montana, but around the States and around the world. And how rapidly the channel's growing here and how much fun I'm having doing it. I really think that's going to be part of my overall plan. And we will take you guys along with us. So again, if you guys like fishing and you want to, I mean, we stream 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes more, sometimes less. It really depends on weather. But if you like live stream fishing, you like nature, you like outdoors, you like just hanging out and chatting in live chats, hit that sub button. We will be here. Fish Russia, world-class fishing. Russia, huh? I've never heard about fishing in Russia. I know you from Fishbrain, and I saw some of the biggest pike on your channel. Master Fishing Bounty. What's your name on Fishbrain, buddy? Thanks for stopping in the live, man. Always cool to see people from Fishbrain over here. Been to Canada yet? We have great rivers with bows and salmon. I have not yet fished Canada. I have half my family lives in Canada. I'm actually, you know, French-Canadian heritage. My dad is French-Canadian. I have not yet fished up that way though, but I do see on Fishbrain some really nice fish caught up in Canada. And there's also another channel that I follow on here. Great channel if you like fishing and want to see specifically fishing in Canada. Look up Outfish Ontario. Really good dude, really good content. He catches some nice fish up there in Ontario. Key West is hard to beat. Oh yeah, ocean fishing. There's such cool fish in the ocean. Yes, man, my wife hates me. I'm sorry to hear that, yes, man. I think that happens to all of us sometimes. Fish North Korea, world-class fishing. Really? I don't know if I'd ever make it back from North Korea if I went there. Couldn't really live stream there though, no service. Should fish Gaza. I don't know about that, man. I feel like you're trolling me here. I don't do fly fishing, Peter. I stick to spin cast, or I troll fish sometimes for my boat. Perry, we've caught 1 yellow perch. That's it so far. We've had a bunch of bites. We have not been able to set the hook on them. Again, this is a new fishing spot for us. We're testing the waters out here. You fished Alaska out of Anchorage. You can drive to the fishing spot. Do not go. The bank is elbow to elbow. I caught my limit in 15 minutes after waiting an hour for salmon to come in. That's crazy. Fish the Amazon River. Yeah, so my inspiration, I've been watching, you know, Jeremy Wade and River Monsters since I was a kid. And it's always fascinated me, the fish he caught, you know, some of the amazing places he visits. Yeah, that's kind of been my motivation. He's Kind of my hero. That dude lives the life that I want to live. He goes everywhere. He sees all over the world, visits beautiful places, meets amazing people, and catches some of the most gnarly monster fish you can imagine. Some of them are so gnarly you wouldn't believe it unless you were there and saw it with your own eyes. Willie Gamer, I like your vibe, subbed. I appreciate that, Willie. Robert Sank said hi. Welcome to the stream. Love from India. Love right back at you from Central Montana, Sweetha. Welcome to the channel. Did the audio and video start tweaking? It's kind of flickering on my screen. Does it look okay? Or is it flickering for you guys too? Fish Key West, talk about awesome. Oh God, ocean fishing is on a whole nother level. Yeah, a little. Okay now. You guys, if the audio, if the video gets weird, gets wonky, please somebody just drop a comment and let me know. And I can usually fix it. Sound keeps going. Bowdy Bontrager. Okay, I vaguely recall your profile. I'll have to find you on there after the stream. I like the bell setup. Yeah, I use it for carp fishing, but it's handy, especially when you have multiple poles, and especially now that like I'm looking at my phone instead of the poles. It helps give me an audible, notification that something's on my line. It's handy. Sergeant Patrick says, sup, love from Kyiv. Welcome, Sergeant Patrick. Hope you guys are all doing all right over there in Kyiv, my friend. Hang in there. Running water plus fishing equals wow. It's beautiful, isn't it? What's nicer than sitting out in nature and next to a water body and a pole in the water? But yeah, Sergeant Patrick, hang in there, you guys. Stay strong. You'll get through the crap that's going on over there. Hopefully our president pulls his head out of his ass and will help you guys out. But welcome, welcome. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. We've caught one fish so far. We've had a bunch of bites. We have not yet gotten anything big on the line. The real L.A. Kelly, there's a Danish guy, young with blonde hair. He's a fish monster hunter like Wade. He caught the world record arapaima in a canoe. 10 foot 7 inches on the Amazon. Good God. I can't imagine pulling a monster like that out of a canoe. I can't imagine pulling in a monster like that, period, but out of a canoe? That's rough. How long have you been fishing? Who taught you how to fish? I started fishing when I was probably 4 or 5 years old. My dad and my grandpa taught me how to fish. And I've learned a lot on my own. I fished with them a lot when I was younger, and then there was a long period in my time where I didn't get to fish because I didn't live here in Montana. But we're back in Montana now, and this is one of my favorite things to do. But I learned at a really young age. Churgi, sharp razors. Last time I was at my favorite river, I had to be careful not to let the 8-foot gator take my fish. He still got a couple of them. See, that's sketchy, William. Like, I love fishing, but gators, crocs, they freak me out, man. Watching y'all fish in waters like that, those swampy waters, it makes me nervous every time y'all reach your hand into the water to grab something. Like, is the hand gonna make it back out of the water? I don't know. Let's stay tuned and find out. No, the viewer has not yet shown up. You think the right rod is wrapped up with moss, a lot of drag on it. It might be. That one I cast way out into the oblivion over here. I threw on a 1 ounce. That might even be a 2 ounce weight. I really launched her out there. I don't know if we're getting that one back. We could pull her in and see. Did you see the episode of Wade catching the huge tarpon 200 pounds using a fly rod on a float tube? I did see that episode, yeah. Absolutely magnificent fish. And insane to catch something like that on a fly rod. Over 1,000 different cat species. Is there really, Churgy? 1,000? We have 4 that I know of here in central Montana. Stone cat, which is the smallest, and they're one of the only native species here. We have yellow bullhead, black bullhead, which get a little bit bigger than stone cats, and then we have channel cats, which are the biggest here in Montana. A 1,000 though, that's crazy. I mean, I guess it's not that unbelievable though. All right, I'm gonna go wrench this guy in. Hopefully I get it back. No, we're hung up on something. Dang it. We're gonna wander upstream and jiggle and pull on this and see if we can salvage the gear. If we break this off, I'm probably gonna switch to a spinner rig on this guy. Yeah, we just broke it. Dang it. But that's part of fishing in rivers. Anything that's got a rocky bottom like this, fast current, you're gonna lose a lot of gear. That's just part of fishing in rivers. Give me a minute here, guys. We're gonna tie on a new rig, a new clip, and then we're gonna throw some spinners in here. Inline spinner, I think we're gonna go with. We may start with gold Vibrix, Blue Panther Vibrix. Rainbow Trouts hooks. Hi, chat. Welcome back, Travis. Madhead. Hi. Just seen a fish surface middle right frame past the ripple. Yeah, there's been little fish jumping and surfacing all over the place. Jaron Pesca, welcome to the stream. We just broke off. I'm gonna tie another clip on here, and we're gonna throw an inline spinner on and see if we can pull in a trout. Give me just a moment here, guys. I gotta grab a clip and a bead, and oh, we just poured my swivels and clips all over in my bag. Dang it. Making a mess. Yeah, when I tossed that line out, I said, I don't know if we're getting that one back. I didn't mean to launch it quite so far. It's a really rocky bottom. You don't want to toss it too far when you got a rocky bottom. The closer you can fish to you when you got snaggy, rocky terrain like that, the better. It's the less crevices you got to pull stuff over to get your rig back in. All right, there we go. There's our clip, and we need a bead. We're gonna go with an orange bead today. And I get the question a lot, what's the bead for? The bead protects the tip of my pole from me inadvertently reeling my swivel into it, getting it stuck or bending the eye. It also acts as an attractant. Fish see the bead, they follow the bead. And it also protects your knot. So again, the line that we're using here, this is 30-pound Suffix Advanced braid. It's what I run on all my rigs. It's a little bit more expensive than a lot of the other brands, but it tends not to get as many line knots, it seems. It's thinner diameter than a lot of the other braids, and I have really liked it since I switched to it. But I am tying on a double loop uni, and if you don't know what a double loop uni is, your main line goes through the ring once, through the ring twice, and then it's just a uni. So you bring the tag line over the main line, wrap a circle, and then we do anywhere from 6 to 12 wraps. It really depends on the line thickness. The skinnier the line is, the more wraps I do. The thicker the line, the fewer wraps. It is pretty thin line, so we could do about 10 of them or so. But that looping it through twice increases the strength of that knot dramatically. The break point of it increases by like 10, almost 15%. At least that's what the tests that I've watched on YouTube said. The real LA Kelly, the best way to fish a river is to hang your weight below a leader for your bait. Adjust the weight until it bounces along the top of the rocks. Your bait will trail downstream above your weight. Yeah, that is a really good strategy, the LA Kelly. If you're actively monitoring your pole, if you got one pole and you tick it down the river, when it gets straight out to you or a little bit beyond, reel it in, cast it back up. You're just constantly, and that is very, very effective. Doesn't work real well in a pole holder though. Your bait's going to end up downstream next to the shore, and you're not going to catch any fish. If I were out here, if I didn't have the stream running, if you guys weren't watching, that would be how I would fish it. But again, I'm trying to interact with the stream here, and it's really hard it's a lot to do. Dang, I left for a bit. You passed me on the sub count by 20. Did I, SoCal? Holy crap. Yeah, we've been having a lot of subs these last few streams. I had 96 subs in yesterday's stream, 85 in the day before that. Just been an insane amount of growth in the channel here. If I were at that spot, I'd throw a bobber with about 18-20 inches between the float and the hook. Again, Willie, also a good strategy if you're actively managing your pole. I was checking the weather. It looks like a storm is going to roll over Largent in about an hour. Oh, really, Flash? Yeah, I didn't know how much longer we would get here. The sky's really clearing up over on this side. I think most of it's passing Great Falls. Right, you constantly drift cast, exactly. Yeah, really good strategy, Kelly, and that is great advice for the viewers here. Howling, no, I don't fly fish. I fish with a spin caster or I troll behind my boat. But yes, excellent advice, Kelly. Excellent advice also, Willie Gamer. Both of those are solid strategies and would work real well right here. If I had more time, and in fact, now that I know that I get 5 bars of service here, this is an interesting spot. I think we're going to be doing more streams from this spot. So hit that sub button, come back, and we'll test out some of those other fishing methodologies. We only have probably 2 more hours to stream here today before I unfortunately have to go and pick up Miyazaki from work. We may roll over to the pond after I pick her up and do a short evening stream. See if we can maybe catch a bass or something top water. But for right now, we have the one bottom rig going, which is not ideal, but again, it works in this setting. Kind of. And I'm going to throw on in fact, I think we're going to go with a gold Panther Martin. Panther Martin number 9 in gold or brass coloring here. This little guy. We're going to toss that on. I've had decent luck with trout, using these for trout. It is super rocky bottom here again. So like all this rock, this broken shale, limestone, whatever this is, that's pretty much the whole bottom all throughout here. Super, super snaggy stuff. Really easy for your sinkers, your hooks, your lures to catch an edge of that, get stuck between 2 rocks, and you lose a ton of stuff. Flash says about 5:30, 6 o'clock, storm passing over Great Falls and the Vaughn on radar. Okay. Howling Baits, by the way, sent you an email. Okay, I will, after the stream today, I will check that. Yeah, we can chat. I normally don't like gifts from people, but if y'all that make baits and lures are an exception to that. If you guys want to send me some stuff to feature on the channel, for me to maybe make some underwater lure camera videos with, I'm absolutely stoked and happy to help you with that, guys. It makes cool content for me. It makes cool content for you. It's good advertisement for your business. It's a lot different than people trying to, send me $10 or $100 as a, in the chat. That I don't want. But if you guys want me to showcase some of your gear on the channel, I would love to do that for you. Flash, you're still gonna head over to Largent though. Okay, in about 15 minutes here. Yeah, after I finish up here, I may swing over that way and stream for, we'll have probably a couple hours. I pick Mia up from work at 7, so I'll be back in Vaughn by 7:15. So we may have like a 2.5 hour stream at Largent tonight. Lures and merch are better than money in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, I have endless amounts of lures and stuff right now. I'm kind of an addict. I have way more than any one man should ever have. But I'm always curious to try other people's stuff, especially if it's handmade. And supporting, the local community here. But we're gonna toss this in. Flash, I may see you over there. If you go there, I will probably swing over that way. And yeah, it is really rocky bottom here. When you're fishing in an area with really rocky bottom, try and keep the tip of your pole high. You'll tend to get snagged less. You may still get snagged though. Like I just picked up a snag. Thankfully, it looks like it's in fairly shallow water here. Hopefully I can get this back. It's one of my favorite lures. Man, that other pole is just bent over. She's picked up a bunch of weeds. We're gonna have to recast that. But we gotta get in the water here a little bit. There we go. Oh, easy there, Chief. Nope, get back here. A dead craw. God, that other side over there is looking real tasty. I should have set up the stream from over there. This water is actually not that bad. Oh, all these weeds. Let's get this other pole reset. It's kind of in my way and it's full of weeds. Max, welcome to the stream. Oh, what did... Flash said, I used to make my own soft plastics for bass in Florida. If I ever start again, I'll give you some. Right on, Flash. Best advice I have to give you for river fishing, if you're moving to a different spots along the river, always go upstream. The fish downstream know you're there and won't bite. Very good advice. It's something I always forget about. Sound advice, though. Yeah, they can hear and see you coming. So start downstream and fish upstream. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't think about that, and I oftentimes forget about that. I know that, and I still forget about it. Look at all these weeds. Well, we had those 2 bites. They didn't take our worms. But thanks for all those that have joined us here today. Having a blast fishing out here. We haven't caught a whole lot yet. It's a brand new spot for us. We're kind of testing the waters out here, seeing what will bite. We've tried a couple of different rigs, setups. And we're just jumping through and testing the waters. Football, welcome to the stream. Max Blake, welcome back. Dave James, I see 2 pipe cleaners. What's a pipe cleaner? I know like the fuzzy like actual pipe cleaner. What are you referring to, pipe cleaner? Are you talking about my skinny chicken legs? Is that what you're talking about? Milk bottle legs. Are we onto a fish? No. We had just collected too many weeds on that. It was way bent over. I had to clean it off. Too many weeds on the line will hinder you if you do catch a fish. Because then you're not having to only fight your fish in, you're having to fetch, you know, your countless pounds of weeds in at the same time. Madhead, do you have a Discord channel? I don't. A couple of people have asked me if I have one. I mean, I do have a Discord channel. It's not fishing related though. I'm a tech guy, a programmer by nature. That's the trade that I've been in. So I do have a Discord server that's related to programming, web development, security, IT stuff, unrelated to fishing, and I don't want to swamp that channel with fishing related stuff. I might start one for fishing stuff if there's enough interest in it. Got my GoPro chest mount set up. Gonna try and get some content. Heck yeah, Flash. Do it. Screen is zoomed bad. Yeah, we'll zoom back out. I was trying to get a closer zoom on the poles for you guys to see, and now all you see is me. Rebecca Frail said bye. Oh, thanks for stopping by, Rebecca. Hope you have a wonderful day. Hit that sub button. Come back and hang out sometime. Real LA Kelly. Move to the other side as soon as you touch the water, and they move to the other side as soon as you touch the water, and your scent goes downstream. Okay, so they don't only see and hear you, but they smell and taste you. My legs. Yeah, God. I'm a skinny dude. People have been making fun of my chicken legs my whole life. That doesn't bother me. Wyatt Clore, welcome to the stream. What do you mean zoomed in? I zoomed it out. $40 quid, are you mad? It's only a bottle of water. Fishing Neo. Dude, I want to be in IT. I'm a join. Yeah, email me. We can chat about that. I don't want to load out. I don't want to put out that channel in the fishing. They're two separate, and I want to keep them separate. Murray cod, maybe. There are no cod in these waters here. All right, we're actually gonna. I'm gonna go downstream here a little bit. I'm gonna turn the camera towards where I'm gonna be fishing, and we will just listen for that bell. We're gonna go fish down here though. It looks like there's a pool down here, kind of some slack water that I didn't notice before, and that's where I'm gonna cast for a few. I'm just kind of trying to keep an eye on the bell over there. I should reposition the camera, but I'm feeling a little bit lazy right now, guys. Apologize. We'll throw this little spinner for a few. I don't like to throw the same spinner for a whole lot of time. Spinner is one of those that I'll switch up more often than other lures. I'll switch from, Panther Martin over to a Vibrex. There's so many different styles that kind of do different things in the water. But this pool over here, kind of a little eddy, was looking rather juicy, so I wanted to hop over here and see if there's anything home. And I like to just kind of fan catch. I know a lot of you guys have a very specific methodology for how you cast. Like your fishing rivers like this, usually fly fishermen. I just kind of all over the place. We might switch to a bobber rig here in a little bit. That was actually really good advice. Oh, it looks so fishy over here. Where are you? There, fishy. Honestly, where I'd really fish, there's these little stone arches over there. That looks pikey as heck over there. I don't know if you can get down on that side though. It's all fenced off. There is right all along here is the River's Edge Trail. Surprised we haven't seen any hikers or bikers coming through. Oh, come on. Well, we found a rock. We're gonna go upstream just slightly. Oh God. Leaving trash in the water. Hey, look, it's kind of deep over here. Really not looking to go for a swim though. Oh, come on. I don't want to lose my lure. Well, we might have lost with Panther Martin here. Oh, no. We lost her. Well, there's another $10 lure gone. That's all right though. It's all part of learning a new spot. No biggie. Where'd that bag go that I tossed? I like to, anytime I'm out, especially spots like this that are so pretty. You guys see trash out there? I know it's not yours. Bring it with you. My motto is take more than you brought with you. I don't care if it's not your trash, pick it up. All right. We'll throw a bobber rig on here. And in fact, that spot over there, there's kind of a little eddy over there. It's nice. I didn't see that when I first got here. Perfect little area to throw a bobber rig. Now I got to remember to buy a new gold Panther Martin number 9 when I go to the tackle shop next. So I think that is the only one I had in my tackle box. Crappy man, he does catch it. Yeah, I 99% of what I catch is going to be catch and release. If we happen to hook something and it looks like it's not going to make it, those do go home and they end up in my belly. And a few times a year I do keep northern pike, catfish, every once in a while trout. But pretty much for the streams here, this is all catch and release. I have just as much fun catching them as I do releasing them. Yeah, only one perch so far. We're still trying. It's a brand new spot for us. We've had a bunch of bites on the bottom rigs, but we only managed to land one. They were all fairly small bites. I suspect that they were either more perch or possibly small trout. Trout have a pretty timid bite usually. All right, we're rigged up again with a snap and a swivel. Now we just need to get our bobber rig set back up. Which should be fairly simple because I just put it away. That's what was on the line when I got here, and I should have left it on. But how's everybody doing? Where are y'all from? God, everybody's leaving. We only got 22 people in here. Oh no. That's all right. We'll point you guys back over at the pole that's in the water. The only pole that's got us a fish so far. Greetings from Comanche tribe. Welcome. Welcome, Pot Sun Owipu. How you doing? Madhead, I can't imagine pike taste. Oh, pike are delicious. They are one of the best tasting fish out there. Super, super mild, white flesh, nice and firm. Key with them is you got to clean them properly. You got to prepare them. Bleeding them is key. So before you throw them in your cooler, basically think your jugular. So between the two gill plates, you take either scissors or your fillet knife and just cut their throat. Throw them on the stringer, throw them back in the water for 10 minutes or so, and you bleed them out. Get most of the blood out of their body, and it drains out of their flesh. You'll still have a little bit of blood left over, but getting the blood out of their body is one of the first things you do to reduce the fishy taste, the gamey taste to them. And then when you're cleaning them, when you're filleting them, make sure you get rid of the darker flesh that's on the, some people call it the lateral line, some people call it the blood line. On most fish, when you fillet them, you'll notice that there's a thin layer of dark flesh that runs along the sides, both sides on the outer edge. If you clean that up and get rid of that, yes, you do waste a little bit of meat, but that's where fish store all their toxins, the heavy metals. It's super oily. Most of the fishy taste in a fish comes from that small section of meat there, that and the skin. I don't ever cook. I shouldn't say ever, but I tend not to cook fish with skin on, because again, you get a lot of those oils that bleed into it, and it just gives it an overpowering fishy taste. And while I do like fish, I don't like a strong fishy taste. But if you prepare them properly, northern pike are one of the mildest tasting fish, freshwater fish that you can eat. And preferably we'd be using a slip bobber here, but they take more work to get on your line. So I'm just using a clip-on. These do work really well though. But we have about, that's maybe a little long, not too bad. About 16, 18 inches, your bobber. Again, we have our bead, it's an attractant. I have an inline weight here. I switched to these recently. I used to use the little split shots. I hate split shots with a passion. I always end up biting them with my teeth, which you're not supposed to do. I lose them. They fall off when I cast. I picked these up and started using them recently. They have a swivel on both sides, and they're just an inline weight. They work really, really well. They come in a whole bunch of different sizes. The line looks like rope. It's 30 pound Suffix advanced braid. Good stuff. Yep, I run braid on all my rigs. And then we have, this is a 20 pound fluorocarbon leader tied to, this is an Aberdeen hook. All right, we're gonna point the camera back over this way. Have you tried sea fishing? I have fished the banks of coastal Florida. That's the only saltwater fishing I've ever done. All right, that's a better view. You can kind of see here, there's a line where the current goes, and then it's kind of like an eddy that swirls back around here. And what I'm going to try and do, and what I often do when I'm running a bobber rig in a river, is basically try and get it right on that line that separates. And it's either going to hang there and swirl, or in fact, right where I was just pointing, that's where just a little fish just jumped. Where you have that separation of fast flowing water and slow flowing water, predators tend to hang out. The bait fish try and escape the fast moving water into the slack water. The bigger fish hang in that slack water waiting to pluck them out as they come in. So I like to fish that line right there. And it tends to get a good amount of hits. But we'll get her in here and we'll see if anything will bite. So we're kind of right in an eddy there. Now it looks like the current's gonna grab it and bring it down, which is perfect. So it's just gonna follow the slack water there. I'm gonna open my bail up and walk towards you guys. And I know it's probably almost impossible for you guys to see that bobber out there. She's right there floating, the orange point that's sticking up. So we missed the eddy. We got sucked into the current, which is fine. Again, this is one of those rigs that you kind of got to babysit when you're fishing in a river. We'll throw her out, reel it in, throw it out, reel it in. Well, we just had a hit on it. I think I missed it though. That or it grabbed a rock. And just rinse and repeat. Pretty simple, pretty basic. Heading to Largent now. Have you tried fishing down on the island? No, we haven't been over to the island yet. At the end is pretty deep, no snags for bottom fishing. Seen some good pike and trout pulled from that spot. You mean like all the way down on the peninsula? Like where the fast water from the building meets the slower water from this side from the spillway, Flash? Or you mean the island that's like literally right there? That island? Or the peninsula down at the end where the tall trees are? Can you clarify? Again, I haven't fished this area very often. It's fishing too heavy and fussy for small fish. Oh no, I appreciate your comment, but I've caught tons of small fish on these rigs, these setups. Fast water is on the left of the slow water on the right. Okay, so down there on the point, the peninsula. Yep. I have fished down there one time, and that's exactly where I was planning on going today. But when I first got here, I see these slack pools from the road when I drive by on River Road, and I've always wanted to try and fish right here. So that's where we stopped today. But yeah, that's where I've previously fished and pulled out trout. I never pulled a pike out down there, but I have pulled out both rainbow and brown trout. No, that was a rock. If we don't take the boat out tomorrow, we might fish from the peninsula down there. I like this spot. I didn't realize I was going to get a decent signal. I figured it'd be kind of a dead spot. Outlaw boys outdoors. No, that's the exact opposite way of how you become a moderator in my channel. Don't ask for it. When I see you in here interacting and hanging out, when you're a part of the community, and I make people like that mods. People who ask to be mods are usually the people that will never be a mod in the channel. So appreciate you asking and trying to help out, but no, we don't mod people on request. Definitely a sick streaming spot. It is. It's cool. I've been struggling to find decent spots around the Great Falls area to stream from, and I think we found a good new spot. Oh, come on. I don't want to get up. Trey Rogers, what are you fishing with? We have one bottom rig set up with little corkies and worms, and we're running right now just a basic bobber rig. Just need barbecue now, right? What about Giant Springs State Park? Wonder if the bars are good there. It's decent service at Giant Springs. I've never had good luck fishing at Giant Springs though. It's usually so weedy down there. I've streamed from there a couple of times and it's just, you fight weeds the whole time. I'm not a big fan of that spot. It's not bad springtime fishing before the weeds really start setting in. But this time of the year, no. No, you're not a bother at all, Outlaws. You're welcome to hang out, buddy. It's just, again, we don't, the mod thing is just something that one day you'll come in chat and your name will be blue. But we don't mod people on request. We're happy to have you here, though. Me either. Way too grassy right now. Yep. Where the hell did my bobber go? Where's my bobber? My rig is floating downstream, but I don't see a bobber. Get wrapped up. Well, she's still on there. That was weird. I just saw 6 people fishing on Central Avenue River Drive Bridge. So the Central Avenue West Bridge, fishing off of the bridge or like under the bridge where the River's Edge Trail is? I've seen some really nice browns pulled out right under Central Avenue West Bridge. Yeah. It's really fast moving water there, super snaggy. But yeah, I've caught trout, I've caught pike down there. That's where I saw somebody magnet fishing the last time I was down there. I fished for about 2 hours and they pulled out 2 guns, 2 really rusty old revolvers, like 6-shooters. Madhead, can you use polarized glasses? I'm blind as a bat, Madhead. I wear prescription glasses that are transition. They change to sunglasses when the sun comes out. I don't know if there's an option to get polarized sunglasses, though. I can't see a damn thing without my glasses, so they would need to be added to my prescription glasses. Or I'd need to get a separate pair of fishing glasses. Oh, that's a snag. Get off of there. All right, I can see my bobber. We're hung up on a rock. Oh, there she came up. Or not. There we go. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure offhand. Oh, and I got my alarm going off on my other phone here. Hold on. Siri, set an alarm for 6:30.
Done.
All right, we're back. Chris Roth, welcome to the stream. What's up, Rod? SoCal, good day for a fish. Heck yeah. Now we've had one catch so far. This is a new fishing spot for me, so we're testing out a few different things. There's rainbow trout, brown trout, walleye, pike, all sorts of critters around in here. Wonder if that stagnant water to your left has any fish. I've never bottom fished that or at all. Turn the alarm off, I'm not going to work. Yeah, I just turned it off. I had to set an alarm though to pick up Mia from work. The stagnant, I did cast over there. I was trying to find kind of a slack spot to get the bobber to stay still instead of floating. I'm sure there are fish in it. In fact, I've seen little fish jumping right over there. Fishing with Jose, welcome to the stream. Polar, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday, and right now you could save. Are you really? We're advertising in my live stream. Hi, nice fish on. I live in Texas. Nope, no fish on. Not yet. We are about to get tangled in our other line here while I take a drink. Joshua asked, are there any flathead over there? No, as far as I know in Montana, the biggest cats we have are channel cats. Colby, still watching. Glad you're still hanging out here. Trey, welcome back to the stream. Flash is fishing. Some evenings I see so many trout rise at that spot, but they never hit my dry fly. Yeah, fish are like that sometimes. I don't know why they get so fussy. But yeah, I've been seeing fish poking their heads up. I haven't seen anything that looked big yet. All just little guys. But this area is definitely full of fish. Something ate half our worm. I did see my bobber sink there. It's hard to tell. There's so many rocks in here. It goes from like deeper pools to one rock sticking up, and my bobber, the hook grabs a rock and goes under, and then it floats over and my bobber comes back up, so I can't tell if it's a fish bite or if it's just hanging up on a rock. I think we'll pull something out of here though. This looks like trout heaven right here, honestly. That's me. All right. I'm snagging my other pole here. Ormals, greetings from Iceland. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back to the stream. Damn, went fishing yesterday, dude. Not a single bite for 5 weeks now. Wow, that's one heck of a drought there, buddy. Oh, it's so frustrating when it gets like that. Keep at it though, you'll get out of your slump. Are you fishing the same spot over and over? Maybe you need to try a different spot. That's what we're doing today. This is a new spot for us. New spot for the stream, new spot for fishing for me. I fished downstream from here about a quarter of a mile before, but I've never fished this particular hole. Good luck, I appreciate that. Welcome those joining the stream. Happy to have you. We're just chilling here. We're fishing the Missouri River right below Black Eagle Dam in central Montana. We've got one rig in the water that is fishing off the bottom with worms, and we have the second rig here that we're casting out that has worms as well. We're fishing the top and we're fishing the bottom. Just testing out, trying to see what kind of fish are in here and if we can get anything on the line. We had one perch catch within, I don't know, first 20 minutes of the stream, and we've had just a couple of nibbles and bites since then, but no fish. We're gonna keep at it though. Sometimes it takes a little while to figure a spot out. Colby says, thanks for taking us along. Oh, absolutely. Happy to have you guys. 188 likes. Dang, we're getting real close to 200 likes again this stream. That's awesome. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. Everybody that's subbing to the channel. Welcome to Wanna See My Rod. We stream 2 to 3 times a week. We fish all sorts of different water bodies and terrain here in central Montana. Lakes, streams, reservoirs, rivers. We fish it all. My favorite fish species to fish for is northern pike, but we don't just fish for northern pike. We fish for all sorts of different things here. If you like live streaming, if you like live chats, if you like fishing, you like nature, outdoors, camping, any of that, hit that sub button, come back hang out with us. We'll be doing lots of adventures this season and in the coming years. You guys can watch me lose lure after lure, catch fish after fish. Yeah, it just depends on the day. There, I kind of got it in that stagnant slack water over there. Looks like it's kind of staying still over there. Start with the whopper plopper. Yeah, whopper plopper seems like it works pretty well for the bass over at Largent. Some of the biggest bass I've seen pulled out of that pond came off a whopper plopper. No, we missed it. That was a bite though. Chris Roth, yeah, we got about 2.5. Yeah, I'm fully stocked with monster bass. Who knows? It's winter here. Maybe they're fussy. Perhaps spicy balls will work. I don't know. We had some hits off the spicy balls. We didn't actually land anything, but we were getting nibbles and bites off of it the whole time we were there. The whole time we were running them. They seem to prefer the salmon eggs though. I think that was the most eaten bait of our random baits that we had left after we ran out of worms. Jared, give up already, move spots. If you had to fish for food, you would starve. Jared, when you're doing a live stream and you got a whole bunch of gear with you, it's hard to just hop down the river. I know that when you're fishing by yourself and you just got your pole and your net and maybe a backpack, it's really easy to hop from spot to spot to spot. When I stream, and especially when I'm fishing a new spot, I don't rush around. I like to try different things. There are fish in here. We just need to figure out what they want to bite on. And I'm all about learning. I'm not trying to put food on the plate tonight for dinner. So I'm not impatient. I know some people would prefer that I moved. But again, it is my stream. You're fishing with me. I'm the guide here today. You're not. If you're not enjoying how I'm fishing, you're more than welcome to move on. I would love for you to stay though. But we're not gonna play everybody in chat is a director of the film here. That's not how this live works. You're welcome to stay and hang out though, and I would love for you to. But no, we're parked here. We have about another hour or so before I run out of time and I have to go pick up Mia from work. Oh, and we just tangled on our other line here. There we go. Nope. Nope. All right. Dang it. I don't know, some people when they fish are quite impatient. If they don't get a bite within a few minutes, they move on. And sometimes that's not a bad tactic. It really isn't. But again, I am more of a laid-back, patient fisherman. When I'm not getting bites on something, I don't necessarily move. I switch to a different tactic, you know, top water versus bottom, spinners, crankbaits. I like to switch it up. Because it's not that there's no fish in here. It's a river. It's full of fish. We're not in any rush. We're not in a tournament. I'm not starving. So we're going to stick right here. And we're going to see what the fish want to eat. Again, my method may not be yours. And that's all right. You're welcome to go take your fishing pole, your fishing line, and go throw it where you want to fish. Right now, you guys are passengers. I am driving the bus. Right? Anytime you want to get off, just pull that cord and we'll open the door and you can see yourself out. Kimmy, welcome to the stream. Rude MTZ, welcome buddy. How you doing? Welcome back. Ian, vast sassy mashup after being there's. Ooh. Oh, that's a fish. He's wrapped us on something though. Get off of the rock. Come on, swim yourself out of there. Little butthead. Oh, why do they do that? They get hooked and they just dive immediately under the closest rock pile. Well, you're gonna have to swim yourself out, buddy. You got us stuck, you gotta get us unstuck. I will wait. can see the bobber right there, bouncing around under the surface. Come on, fish. I'd go further, but it gets like waist deep and deeper right there. Alright, we're gonna try and go upstream a little bit. Maybe we can coax her out. There's our bobber. There we go. Oh, damn it, the fish came off. Well, we had a fish, now we don't. But at least we didn't lose our rig again. Get in it or swim. No, I can see the bobber, the fish grabbed the hook, dived under the closest rock, and the bobber is just doing this under the water. I went upstream and was able to get the bobber free, but yanking on the line, we yanked the hook right out of the dang fish's mouth. It looked like just a little rainbow, probably about 8-10 inches. Well, they're in here. Yeah, just a little rainbow trout. Yeah, I saw it. He dove under the rock. It's about yay big. Pretty little rainbow. Just a little guy though. Trout have pretty soft lips, and I was yanking on that and pulled the dang thing right out of its mouth, probably straight through the lip. Do one of those subwater jumps. No fish, no paid guide service. This guy is basically free to fish with this guy. Oh, I am not a paid guide service. I don't take money from people. People who fish with me fish for free. Now they're biting at the damn bobber. It's hard to keep enough slack in that I can get a good hook set. Anybody else go out fishing this weekend or going out tomorrow? Ray, welcome to the stream. I really wanted to take the boat out today, but it was so windy everywhere. Tomorrow looks like there's not going to be a whole lot of wind though, so I might be able to put the boat in the water tomorrow. I think I'm going fishing tomorrow morning. What are you gonna go fishing for, Kobe? Jared said very peaceful. I'm for crappie and walleye. Heck yeah. Now there's really good walleye in the Missouri River around here. I've never been all that great at catching the walleye though. Something I would love to get better at. The guy I ran into last week when we were, I guess it was Saturday when we were streaming. We were fishing for pike and walleye, and he said he was catching 10 plus pounders out of that spot quite commonly. Biggest one I've caught out of there was just under 30 inches and about 6.5 pounds, which is one hell of a walleye for me. He kind of scoffed at my 6.5 pounder though. He wasn't impressed. He's like, oh yeah, I catch 10 pounders out of here all the time. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. Now, where I wanted to take you guys today to stream was bank fishing between Lake Helena and Hauser Reservoir. And the last time I was there, a guy was pulling walleye out left and right, just using a bob, just like I'm fishing right now, a bobber or, you know, a couple of split shot, a hook, and leeches. Just walleye after walleye. Caught some pretty decent ones, some 24, 25, 26 inchers. Nothing monstrous, but I was fishing right next to him with worms the whole day, catching nothing. They wanted the leeches. Mad, you just had the kids out today. Oh, that's fun. That really happens crazy often at times. Fish take, have to float. Need wind to push the water. On the too flat, I fish. Okay, catfish. Oh, nice, Colby. Catfish are so fun to catch. They're really good to eat too if you can get them in the 2-3 pound range. Anything bigger than that, there's just too much fat on them. And I don't like the taste of them when they get that big. Or when they're full of fat. It's hard to get the fat off of them. Aren't there any deeper sections nearby? Those rocks cause problems. Yeah, I'm gonna take the missus tomorrow to catch bastards for me. She's got rig voodoo. Yeah, there is. Further downstream from here, there's a nice slack spot with deeper water, which is the couple of times that I've been here before, that's where I fished. I had decent luck on the trout down there. This spot, there's a, up here along the top of the ridge, we're right in Great Falls. So this is the Missouri River. There's a road that runs right along here called River Drive. And I've driven by, you know, all my life and always look down on these slack water right below the bridge here, and I've never fished it, and I've always said I want to go down there and fish that. So today we're here fishing it, and it's full of fish. I see fish surfacing all over the place. I haven't seen anything that looked sizable, but again, we're a short stream here today. If I had longer to fish here with you guys, I'd take you down to the next spot. We have about 45 minutes, 50 minutes till I gotta roll out of here. We'll do another night stream. We're gonna fish from the local pond. But I just wanted to try it out. And I hate fishing a new spot and just fishing it for a little bit and then leaving. So I'm trying. I would like to catch something. I'd like to at least get one of these rainbows on the line before we leave today. The one that we just had, it was itty bitty, but it still would have been a nice catch. And I suspect that's largely what's going to be in the shallower water here. It does look like there's some pockets, some deeper pools in here, but there's enough current that it drags the bobber out of those pools fairly quickly. And then we drag over the rocks. I mean, it goes from pool to like rocks that are almost at the surface to pool. It's not the easiest terrain to fish. Riker, welcome to the stream. Hot in the Gulf of Mexico around Alabama. Yeah, it seems like it's hot all over in the south right now. Starting to warm up here today. I'm dying in my jacket. It was a little bit chilly when I got here this few hours ago. We were in a bunch of cloud cover though. Colby says, I don't eat fish, I catch and release. Okay. Yeah, I catch and release. On the streams here are primarily catch and release. I do keep fish from time to time to eat. And catfish are one of the species that if I could catch them in the right size, I do love to eat them. 86 here in Oklahoma. I'm not sure what it is right now. It feels like it's probably mid 80s. I don't know. It could be deceiving. I'm wearing a jacket right now. It's kind of hot. Howdy, man. We had one little perch and one little rainbow. Nothing great so far. A lot of topwater activity. They're feeding all over the place. A lot of topwater activity though. They're surfacing all over the place. Looks like this guy's crossing to go over to the deeper water on the other side, which is where I should have taken you. But he's struggling here to get across. Yeah. Watch this guy. Hopefully he doesn't fall. This is where I should have taken you. Slightly treacherous though. Not fun to cross water like that when you're carrying so much gear. One spill in the water and you're destination fucked, as Aussie Man Reviews would say. Any of y'all watch that channel, Aussie Man Reviews? That has got to be one of the funniest YouTubers on the platform these days. Anyways, enough watching that guy. I'd kill for some warm weather. It's currently -5 Celsius. Chris, oh, you poor guy. Yeah, we got a couple of months before it starts getting real cold here again. And we just got hung up on another rock, it feels like. No fish this time, just a hang up. No, I'm not gonna break it off. We're gonna go get it. There we go. Kill for some warm weather. Throw a spinner, catch a trout. Throw a spoon, catch a pike. Yeah, it's just so rocky in here, man. Unless you're throwing something weedless. We already lost one panther martin. Again, there's such shallow rocks. We'll come back here another stream and I'll try some different stuff. But next time I think I'm gonna go over where that guy just went. There's a little island over there, and on the other side of the island, it looks like there's a little bit of deeper water that runs a little bit slower. I will just have to pack a little more lightly next time. I didn't want to carry all the gear over the slippery rocks through fast current. Get the net fishing. 881 subscribers, almost 900. That is awesome, you guys. I appreciate all the support. I think we started the stream today at 796, 795, somewhere around there. That's almost what is that, almost 90 that we've gotten today. We're creeping in towards that 1,000 fairly rapidly. After this next time I reel in, I'm gonna pull this line in. We haven't had any activity on that in a good hour. So we may be hung up on something, or our worms may be gone. $1K around the corner. Heck yeah, very close. You deserve it. I appreciate that, Colby. Ian. Nah, less. Stroud, Survivor Man, that Spot Rod Man. No, it does look really nice over there. I was eyeing it when I first stopped here, but then I was looking, and I mean, you saw that guy. He was struggling getting across the current there, and I'm carrying more stuff than he was. Definitely looks like a nice spot. I'd love to try it out. It may not be great, but it looks better than where we're fishing right now. A little deeper bottom, less rocks, less snaggy. We're gonna throw a healthier chunk of worm on this guy. We're here for another 40 minutes or so. He's right in view here. We'll see if he catches anything over there. We'll see how good of a spot it is. Let's get this guy in, cleaned off, and back out in the water. We are snagged. I had a feeling that was going to be the case. Oh God, we got a bunch of weeds on there. Alright, we're gonna try one of these salmon eggs on this line as well. This is something a little different. Madhead, I found you on the doom scroll. You found me through Fly's post. Who's Flies? Crappy Man? Where are you? Jay Dillion, welcome to the stream. We're in central Montana. Just on the edge of Great Falls, Montana. This is the Missouri River. It's a stretch of the river in between two dams. Right to our one side is the Black Eagle Dam, and downstream from us is Cochrane Dam, I think it's called. Dave James says, any more? What do you mean, any more? Any more fish? Now, we had one small trout that we lost. I got hung up on a rock and trying to get the bobber off the rock, we lost the fish. One more before bed. Now, we got about another half hour or so that we're going to stream, and then I got to go pick up Miyazaki from work. We're switched over to a bobber rig right now. We're just kind of floating. We might be able to snag one before the end of the stream. But then there'll be about a half an hour, maybe a 45-minute pause, or well, I go grab her from work, and then I'll start a new stream, and we're gonna fish a little bit from the local pond by my house, see if we can maybe catch a largemouth bass off of topwater, maybe a carp. Tomorrow we may revisit this spot, but further downstream, or across over to the little bit deeper water where this guy wandered over to. When are you packing up here? About 30 minutes or so, we gotta get out of here. My girlfriend's at work. She doesn't drive, so I gotta go pick her up from work. Dang, we almost hit that duck. Near miss. Okay, cool. Is she fit? Yeah, she's fit. She's pretty gorgeous. William, we had one small rainbow trout on the line. It was about 8 to 10 inches. We got hooked up on a rock though, and I waded out trying to get the line off the rock, and I was yanking on it, and I pulled the hook right out of the trout's mouth, and he got away. Just a little one though. Pretty little trout though. They're really, really colorful. Look like a wild trout. Because in these waters here, they do have wild trout as well as stock trout. The colorations on them, the stockies tend to be more bland looking. They don't have the nice bright pink line, all the colorful spots on them. But again, I didn't get a real close look at it. It was stuck under a couple of feet of water. Hooked up on it, and they run immediately for the closest rock. Tangle you up. All right, Ace, that's about enough. Still better than nothing, yeah. No, I don't get too disappointed when we go out and don't catch a lot of fish. That's all part of fishing. Especially when it's a new spot like this. I've never fished this spot before. We're learning where the holes are, where the snags are. But I definitely think the next time I come here, I'm gonna wade across and go to the other side of the river here. I just need to pack less gear. Oh, come on. How am I gonna yank a plant in half? That's right, Dave. That's why they call it fishing, not catching. I have to tell my son that every time we go out. I tried getting him to come today. He's like, we never catch any fish when we go out. Like, we catch fish all the time. What are you talking about? He's only happy if we catch big fish. And sometimes there aren't a whole lot of big fish to be caught. Is there a way to get a canoe in there? Yeah, there is actually. You gotta ferry it down here, but I've seen people launch canoes and motorless boats in here. You gotta carry it though. They allow you to bring it. There's a bridge back here. When we leave, I'll leave the camera on and I'll kind of show you the path that you gotta take to get down here. There's no like boat launch, but it does say you can, there's a loading, unloading zone for boats, canoes, and you basically gotta cart it from that spot across a small walking bridge and down here to launch it. So it would have to be a pretty small or light one. negative 17 feet, so you can forget about that. I'll see you at the other spot. All right, Dave. Yeah, we should be live. Right now it's 6:06 Mountain Standard Time. I pick her up at 7. We should be back by 7:45. So hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes-ish. I will be live fishing from the local pond. Oh, these snaggy ass rocks make me get up almost every cast. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna fish from the pond for a couple hours tonight. Should be perfect time for some topwater fishing, I think. We'll see if we can get a bass. A decent bass this time. Tired of catching the little dinks from over there. Seems like every time I catch a bass there, it's smaller than the last one. They just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. William, can't find the subscribe button. It should be at the bottom of your screen, I think. I don't know, I'm one of y'all that when I'm watching live streams, I usually watch it. Get that shit out of here. But yeah, when I watch streams, I usually watch from my laptop. I'm not a huge cell phone user. I know everybody does everything on cell phones these days. I don't, I'm old school. Blake's Blogs and Gaming, can you give me shout out? What's up, Blake's Blogs and Gaming? Shout out to Blake's Blogs and Gaming. William, I'm enjoying watching your fish, but I'm trying to find out how to subscribe. Grumpy Man Jigs, welcome back. It's all good. Yeah, well, I honestly, I don't know where the heck the subscribe button is when you're on mobile. It should be right there on your screen, bud. I don't know. Crappy, can you tell this dude how to subscribe to the channel from a mobile device? I don't ever watch lives from mobile, usually. I've literally never had anybody ask me how to top right. There you go. Thank you. I've never had anybody ask me how to subscribe. Should be pretty blatantly obvious though, I feel like. But welcome back, Crappy. How you doing? You still working? Vinny said something that just got removed, so it wasn't worth reading. William, click on name at top. Yeah, thanks guys. I love how every time I cast out, the dragonfly lands on the bobber and they just kind of surf. Sorry about that, guys. My battery crapped out. We're back. I forgot to plug you in. We're back here though. Welcome back. Sorry about that, guys. Battery crapped out on me. Thanks for rejoining. I forgot to plug it in. Got too busy when I was getting set up here. Welcome back, Colby. Welcome back, Madhead. Dave Schultz, welcome back to the stream. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Yeah. Now we have one landed, one yellow perch. We had a small rainbow on the line. I got tangled up and lost him trying to get the tangle undone from the rock. We've had a bunch of bites, but this is a brand new spot fishing here. Super snaggy. We were fishing bottom rig for a little while. We're fishing a bobber rig right now. There's fish in here. I can see them surfacing all over this place. We're gonna end the stream here in about 15 minutes or so. I gotta go grab Miyazaki from work. That was a good fish that just jumped right there. But then we'll be restarting the stream at about 7:30 Mountain Standard Time at the local pond, and we're gonna do a little bit of bass fishing. And we will probably be live somewhere tomorrow. That was a bite. Right where my bobber's at. Come on, buddy. No, we missed it. But we'll be restarting about 7:30 Mountain Standard Time. Do a little bit of bass fishing before the end of the night. Tomorrow we will probably stream either from this location but further downstream, or I may take you guys over to Lake Helena and we might even go to Canyon Ferry's also an option. I've never fished Canyon Ferry in the boat, but apparently there's good cell signal there and some monster pike in those waters. I was doing some reading last night, and apparently the last 3 years they've done, the Fish, Wildlife and Park has done a survey at Canyon Ferry. They pulled at least one 30-pound plus northern pike out of the water in the last 3 years surveys they've done there. Which is, I don't know if any of y'all are pike fishermen, but good God, a 30-pound pike is an absolute behemoth. So that could be an option for tomorrow too. Hey, Last Cast, William back. Welcome back. It is a really, finally got a larger lunker. What'd you get? Heck yeah, buddy. I've seen some 5-6 pounders pulled out of there really infrequently, though. The biggest one I've ever pulled out of there was about 2.5 pounds. Good size, but not really a beast. What'd you hook up on? Madhead, I got my rod, I got my bait. Yeah, we just had a bite there. She pulled the sink or the bobber under, and I felt her on the line, and there's fish jumping all over the damn place right here. They just started jumping about 10 minutes ago. Come on, Flash, you're leaving us here all in suspense. What'd you get? How big was the lunker? I haven't checked Fish Brain. Someone got a 30-pound pike at a place near you? Heck yeah. No, my biggest is 22.5 pounds, and that thing was an absolute beast. I would be over the moon if I pulled a 30-pounder in. Blizzard Bit, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? We are at, this is just, it's actually in Great Falls. This is the Missouri River. We're right below a place called Black Eagle Dam. This is actually Black Eagle Memorial Island, they call it. I've never fished this particular spot. I was rolling around today looking for new spots that had a decent cell signal, and somebody in chat had recommended that I come down here and check, and they were absolutely right. We have good signal down here. I haven't caught many fish yet, but it's a nice spot, beautiful. Oh, come on, don't make me get up. There we go. William says, you got access to saltwater fish in there? No, it's all freshwater around here, bud. We are in Montana. We are nowhere near the ocean. All freshwater around here. There's just this little patch here that I keep seeing. They're not big fish, but little trout keep surfacing. Yeah, this is all freshwater. This is Missouri River, or a reservoir on the Missouri River. The locals around here call this stretch the Long Pool. It's just a reservoir between Black Eagle Dam and Cochran Dam. William says, I'm right on Long Island Sound. Okay, cool. So you got access to fresh water and salt water. Yeah, it's all fresh water here. Is the river level low for use? Yeah, it is. They've, again, they're working. They're doing some rehab on the dam there. So they've closed up a lot of it. The reservoir above is really, really high, and this right now is really, really low. Where I'm sitting right now, this is normally all underwater. Have you fished in Georgia? No, I have not. The only two states I've ever fished in is Florida and Montana. So far. Next year we're going to be doing some traveling around the states, hopefully, to do some fishing. I would love to go to different states and fish their waters. And it seems like after some time here, I will have met some people all over the world, and we can do some fishing together. Not this year though. This year we're gonna stick in Montana. Get a map out and dart, choose where to fish. That'd be a fun way to do it. I keep getting bites. I think they're just dinks though. I have a pretty small hook, but not small enough for the itty bitties. But we got just a few more minutes here, guys, and then I gotta pack up and get out of here. Unfortunately, I do have to go pick Miyazaki up from work. The stream will come back in about an hour, and we'll be at a different spot, a local pond near Vaughan, Montana, where I stream from sometimes to do bass fishing, carp fishing, sucker fishing. Flash, I saw you say that. Well, what did you get? Skull Valhalla, I fish for haters, and so far today I got 25, so I'm feeling awesome. Congrats on all the catches. Neil Bell, hello from UK. How did you get on under the bridge yesterday? We didn't do too well. We had one little fish that I couldn't really call a catch. Again, we're fishing under the bridge. I'm fishing, 5-10 foot off of, the shore. So not very much line out. And we got a bite, and I wrenched, did a way too hard of a hook set, and ended up launching what appeared to be about a 5 or 6 inch yellow bullhead. Somewhere up in the weeds behind me, he just Supermaned out of the water. Launched him right off the end of the hook. That was our only catch. Felt bad, but it was, really dark, stormy, and I wasn't about to go dig through a field of brush and grass to try and find the poor little guy. Block Island is the best fish around here. Oh, right on. Faith and Tackle, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, Faith? Hey brother, hope all is well. I appreciate that. We are doing absolutely wonderful. We've got a couple of fish out here today. Nothing real impressive, but this is a brand new spot. Gorgeous views. I love being on the water. You're pulling in right as we're about to kill the stream. I'm gonna pack up here and we're gonna head back up to the truck. I will show you guys some of the sights on the way out of here. We're sitting right below a dam. It's really pretty, and some natural falls. But I do gotta go pick Miyazaki up from work, and then we will be back with another stream in about an hour at the local pond to try and do some topwater bass fishing. Man, the view is impressive, heck with the fish, right? Now, while I'm packing up, we're gonna swing you guys over so you can watch the waterfall and the dam over here. I can't really see what you're looking at, but I think that's probably going to be a slightly prettier view than what you were looking at a moment ago. But we're going to get our line out of the water, get packed up, and we'll show you a few views on the way out here. I do have a little bit of time. She doesn't get off until 7, but I feel bad every time I pick her up super late from work, so we'll get out of here and make sure we're on time to get her this time. And then we'll go do a little bit of bass fishing as the sun sets. But thank you all for coming and hanging out and fishing today. Always a pleasure hanging out and chatting and catching fish. Thanks for all that are hitting that like button, the subscribe button. We do stream 2 to 3 times a week on this channel. We fish lakes, ponds, rivers, reservoirs, streams. We fish it all. Anywhere that's got water and fish and a cell signal, we are streaming and fishing. And here in the near future, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna get the old Starlink Mini. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of research and figure out how I'm gonna power it and how I'm gonna rig it to carry it around. But we're gonna get the old Starlink Mini running here in the very near future. Probably within the next 2 or 3 weeks. And I think the first place I'm going to take you guys is Pishkin Reservoir, and I'm going to show you how much fun it is to troll for northern pike. We usually do really well there. I think the last time I was out, it wasn't last weekend. Was it last weekend, the week before? I think we had 18 catches over the course of about 10 hours. So a really productive day. We did catch 2 of them over 30 inches. One was 34.5 inches. It was just under 10 pounds. Very, very nice fish. That particular water body, I don't think has any monsters. I don't think we're setting any state records out of Pishkin, but it is just absolutely loaded with pike. And it's a reservoir that I know well, and I know how to pull fish out of there. I mean, it's one of those places that, when I just really want to catch a pike, that's where I go. And once I get the Starlink Mini, I can take you guys along with me. But again, if you guys do like fishing, you like outdoors, camping, hell, if you just like live chats and like hanging out with a good group of people, hit that sub button. Come hang out with us. We're here a few times a week, and we would love to have you. All right, we're about packed up here. I just need to get a phone holder in the bag. We'll take you over, give you a little closer view of the falls over here. It is really pretty. Sorry for the weird camera angles and the noise. Give me just a moment. I'm trying to jam this damn thing in my backpack. Oh. All right, but we'll kind of pan around here. So down there's a peninsula. So we have a building over here, which is part of the hydrologic dam. They have a bunch of generators and stuff in there. That's where they actually transmit the electricity from. And there's a fast moving water that comes out of there. It's where the turbines are, basically. And then it goes under a bridge and it comes down, and you have this is an island they call Black Eagle Memorial Island, kind of a peninsula that sticks down. And I normally fish way off the end down here if I come here. It's pretty decent fishing. I wanted to try for a change fishing the slack water, the shallow pools underneath the dam here. So what you see over there is Black Eagle Dam. It's currently being repaired. It's, I want to say, either 100 years old or slightly over 100 years old. And it was in disrepair. A lot of crumbling concrete. Parts of the dam were failing. And this year they put a crane in, and they've been taking whole sections out and replacing it section by section. But these are natural, I believe it's limestone waterfalls. But this city is called Great Falls, and this is one of the reasons why it's called Great Falls. There are a series of 2 or 3 sets of natural waterfalls that run on this stretch of the Missouri River. And when Lewis and Clark were doing their great expedition here in the U.S. exploring the Wild West, trying to find a path to the Pacific Ocean, they got stuck here in Great Falls. They were here for, I think, I may be misquoting this, but it's something like 6 months to a year they got stuck right in this area because of the waterfalls. They were traversing up the Missouri River trying to find a navigable path, and they ran into these falls and had to take all of their boats and stuff out of the water and portage them around all the falls so they could get past it. There's a lot of interesting American history that happened in this area. But this is the bottom of the dam here. Really pretty views. But yeah, so I've seen these shallow pools of water. There's a road up there you can see the cars driving by. It's a river drive or river road. And all my life I've driven by and I've never stopped to fish down here. So today's the first that we came down to fish in these pools right below the dam. We'll be back here. I'm convinced there's some good fish in here. We didn't have great luck today. But anyways, we're gonna hike back up through the bush here, and we'll show you the fast-moving water that are coming out of the turbines. I wish they don't let you fish off the bridge or on the fast water side, unfortunately. I have a strong suspicion that there's some really big fish in there. But yeah, they got it all fenced off, and you getting big doo-doo if they catch you trying to fish there. But we're hiking through a sagebrush forest here. And we got to trek up a mountainside here. But again, thank you all for coming to hang out. It's an absolute pleasure chatting with you guys. We had another really good stream today. Looks like we ended up with, what is it, 200 and some likes again? It's just crazy. That's 3 streams in a row that we've broke 200 likes. And I think we have another, I haven't checked. I'm always excited every time I hit the end button on a stream to see how many new subs we got. Last night's stream we almost broke 100 new subs, which is pretty crazy. And tonight I think we may not beat that, but we're pretty dang close. We're slowly closing in, or rather quickly closing in on the 1,000 sub mark. Oh, I don't like climbing up steep mountains, hills, paths. Oh, I got too much gear. Hold on a second, guys. My pants are falling down. But yeah, so these buildings are so old. But that's, from my understanding, originally Great Falls, Montana, this town was established because of the water, the dams. It was in the early West, the point where most of the energy on the West Coast was produced. And it was thought to be going to grow into one of the largest cities on the West Coast, which never happened. Oh, look at that. That's one of the turbines, the props from the turbine that the water flows through to generate electricity. Big old rusty thing. I think it's probably 100 years old. But somebody was asking earlier if you could launch boats here, and you can, but you got to be able to carry them because they don't allow any motorized vehicles over the bridge here. They unfortunately don't allow any fishing off of the bridge either. But all that water flows through the turbines over here at the dam. You can see all that swirly water. I love to fish water like that. Some of the biggest fish I've ever caught in my life came out of water like that, right below dams. Big old catfish, big old pike. But unfortunately, they do not permit fishing from the bridge here, or even on this side. So we were on the other side of the peninsula. They allow fishing over there. This whole side of the peninsula, where the fast-moving water is, where the deeper water is, they don't allow any fishing. It's all fenced off along there. You can't fish from either side. But if you do walk all the way down to the point of the peninsula there, you get where the fast water meets the slower water on the other side, and it's a really good spot for fishing. That's where I was gonna fish from today, but I decided I'd never fished in the spillway below the dam here, so thought we'd try it out. But we got a bit of a trek to get back to the truck here. God, I need to cut down on the amount of gear that I carry. I like freaking feels like 100 pounds of crap on my back right now. Ugh. Good workout, but I don't need the workout. I don't want the workout. I need to pack lighter. But anyways, that's pretty much it for the stream here this afternoon. Again, we'll be back live in about an hour after I pick me up from work and head home. We'll drop into the local pond and do a little bit of bass fishing. We'll throw a carp rod out, see if we can maybe get a carp while we wait. That, or I guess I could throw out, I want to catch another bullhead from there. The little black or yellow bullhead, they're super cute. So maybe we'll throw worms out instead of bread balls. But anyways, I'm gonna, later Gator, good luck. I appreciate that, guys. Feeling warm and fuzzy. Sebastian says, hey, you're doing your job. We're trying. Blizzard Bat, I'm trying to come on every stream, but I can't always. Oh, that's all right, you guys. Don't ever feel bad if you can't join one of the streams, or if somebody else is streaming that you like to watch. Go watch them. I appreciate when you guys stop in, but don't ever feel obligated. We're here. We're fishing. We're having fun. If you want to swing by, if you can swing by, go for it. We're happy to have you, but don't feel bad if you can't. I understand that you have other obligations. There's always other things to do. But anytime you want to, feel free to stop in, hang out. We're always fishing for something. We may not always be catching something, but we're trying. But anyways, I'm going to kill the stream here, guys. I'm breathing like I just ran a marathon, even though I only walked a quarter of a mile. I need to pack up the truck and get out of here. But come swing back by in an hour or so if you guys want. We'll see if we can maybe catch you a little nicer bass this time. But thanks for hanging. Tight lines, y'all. Have a good one.